the Sports Gang on Sports Attack, Mondays through Fridays,
6:30 a.m.
and Today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. And also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Yes. Good and wonderful afternoon to you, our lovely listeners, and welcome to today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. You are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo here with you this lovely Sunday afternoon, being what? 6th of July 2025, and as usual is another marathon edition of the show. From now to the 6 o'clock hour, the sports crew will be here with you to sit down and dissect everything happening in the world of sports. We will be starting with other sports before we get to delve into European football and football as regards the local scene. Yes, a lot is happening in the sporting world. We do have Wimbledon, we have Formula One, there is boxing, and I mean the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, they have been talking as well. Let's not forget that the Super Falcons will be kicking off their WAFCON campaign today against their Tunisian counterparts. That game should be by 4 p.m. Yeah, it should be by 4 p.m. Nigerian time. The Super 5 p.m.
Yeah, 5 p.m. local time.
5 p.m. local.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 p.m. Moroccan
Moroccan
time,
4
5 p.m. local time. Yeah. Thanks for that one, Benjamin. So yeah, the Super Falcons will be on show and display today, and yes, we'll be hoping they will be able to make the country proud. I mean, it's Tunisia. Tunisia force to reckon with as regards African football for the women's side of things, not the men's side of things this time around. Like I did tell you, there is a lot on the menu for you today, and it promises to be exciting. And as usual, I'm never alone in the studio, as I've got the guys here with me. Well, you have heard the voice of one of them, and that's not a person than Benjamin Mina. Benjamin, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon to you, Osas. Good afternoon to our listener out there. Well, it's good to be here. CAF always they've been doing something phenomenal. They increased the money, the prize money for the Super Falcons to the WAFCON rather, not the Super Falcons this time, to $1 million. Now they've increased the support fee for clubs participating in the CAF Champions League and CAF Confederations Cup by 100%. All teams will now earn at least $100,000, which was previously $50,000. That's a 100% increase. Like I said earlier, I think Patrick Musepe is on the right track, and I know we need to do more. But when someone does something better, you need to applaud that person first before. But I think we still need more sponsors coming into these events, the games, competitions, and all that. Like you rightly said, the Wimbledon is going on, and the WAFCON started yesterday, 2-2 draw, host Morocco, and then against Zambia. That was a very early goal in that game, 58 seconds goal by Barbara Banda, the reigning female African Player of the Year. And today, like you rightly said, our own Super Falcons will be in action 5 p.m. local time against the Tunisians. Well, it's an action-packed show, so we just want you to sit down and enjoy the show with us.
Definitely, it is going to be action-packed today. Well, there is also Osas with them God in the world of sports here with us. Osas, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to Benjamin Mina. Good afternoon to the people of Port Harcourt. Another time again for us to delve into issues that has to do with the sporting world. Beautiful things happening right there at Wimbledon. We've seen a lot. Arena Sabalenka seems to be the lone ranger at this point, and there is also Aniga Swiatek in that mix. So it's now or never for these two. The big names are out. Taylor Fritz is also doing well. We've got the duo of Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, and these two definitely at this point have separated themselves for greatness. It's just a Yannick Alcaraz pairing and the others. Not forgetting Novak Djokovic also chasing that elusive 25th Grand Slam. Hopefully Wimbledon could be the best ground for him to do that, because if it's not now, then it can never be. Most likely he's winding down to the end of his career where he gets to hang his racket. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing Novak Djokovic with so much of vigor next year, because it's going to be another 365 days added to whatever he's doing right now. So it's now or never for him. I just hope he'll be able to clinch this one.
Okay, well, Novak Djokovic, can he do this? Can he clinch another Grand Slam to make it 25 and actually usurp Margaret Court as the number one as regards Grand Slam victories? Well, we do have Wimbledon on our screens currently at this point in time. I mean, there is a lot going on in that sports, and big names being kicked out of the competition. Well, we do have feedback platforms for you to be a part of the show this afternoon. For the SMS and WhatsApp portal, the number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962, while for the phone line, the number is 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. That's for the phone line, and we'll be taking your calls when it is open for you to air your thoughts. But like I did mention, the SMS and WhatsApp portal is there for you to air your thoughts or send your thoughts into once the discussions do commence. So, yes, on that note, I say, let's take a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Fasten your seatbelts, and let's get the show on the road. And now let's start off with athletics, as the Athletics Federation of Nigeria says it's taking steps to address growing concerns around athlete welfare following the reports that sprint sensation Favour Ofili has switched allegiance to Turkey. Now, AFN President Tunobok Okowa admitted that although the federation has not received any official communication from the athlete or the World Athletics confirming the move, the situation has prompted urgent reflection within Nigerian athletics. Now, while the federation continues to monitor the situation, Okowa insists that wider lesson is the need for Nigeria to improve its approach to athlete management and investment. Now, he said, and I quote, "If Nigeria can invest more in athletes, it will go a long way. We are hearing that even countries in the Arab world are starting to do what Turkey is doing. The concern is not just about Ofili, it's about the ones we haven't heard about yet. What we've read so far remains speculation, but if it turns out to be true, then Nigeria must step up when it comes to the welfare of athletes." Now, the 20-year-old sprinter who recently set a world record in the 150 meters at the Adidas Atlanta City Games is reportedly disillusioned with the Nigerian system. Now, she said to have cited administrative lapses that affected her participation in the previous Olympic Games as key reasons behind her decision. Now, Jamaican journalist Keyon Rayner reported that Ofili informed the Athletics Integrity Unit of her frustration with the AFN and the Nigerian Olympic Committee, referencing incidents at both the Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024 Olympics. Now, Kowawa, acknowledging Ofili's growing discontent, stressed that financial incentives from other nations have made Nigerian athletes increasingly vulnerable to switches. She's an adult and she's working closely with her coach. Offers like this are hard to ignore. We've seen this before. Countries are offering money and citizenship, and it's not just Nigeria being targeted. Jamaicans, Kenyans, and others are also in talks to change allegiance. So we must understand this in the wider context. Now, Turkey has reportedly ramped up efforts to recruit foreign athletes, reportedly offering up to $500,000 for a switch of allegiance. Now, the trend has drawn comparisons to previous high-profile cases involving Nigerian athletes such as Francis Obikwelu, who switched to Portugal, Gloria Alozie to Spain, Femi Ogunode to Qatar, all of whom flourished under new flags after leaving Nigeria. Now, the FN president revealed that he had personally made several attempts to reach out to Ofili, but communication had broken down. "I've been trying to reach her. We had a strong relationship, even with her family, but suddenly she blocked everyone. That was when I knew something was wrong." Now, World Athletics still insists Ofili as a Nigerian athlete, and no official change has been announced by the Turkish Athletic Federation. However, with the 2025 World Athletics Championship set to hold in Tokyo this September, her status remains in doubt. Now, Ofili is among the athletes who had secured qualification for the global event, but her potential absence could be another blow to Nigeria's ambitions on the international stage. And now, Wasas, let me come over to you, the president of the AFN, Tunobok Okowa, talking about the fact that welfare is the major issue, a major reason behind this. Because according to that, it's also citing the fact that Turkey was promising different reports, but saw $30,000 a month, seeing $500,000 here, maybe $30,000 a month. Salaries guaranteed, then other bonuses,
sign-on $500,000.
So I mean, that's almost $1 million just for switching allegiance to Turkey.
Yes.
Now, do you think that, let's leave the administrative issues aside, let's say even if things went smoothly, that welfare is probably one reason, or it's probably the major reason, or the money on ground is probably the major reason why Favour Ofili is contemplating, or probably has already decided to switch allegiance to Turkey?
Henry, we can't say it's better than Favour Ofili. She said the reason why she's switching is negligence on the part of the administrators here in Nigeria. That financial, the remuneration and the financial standings is not one of the major reasons. But let's just look away from that. Why do we compete in any sport we find ourselves? I'm talking about athletes. Why do they compete? It's because of the money. For the AFN, the grants paid to athletes is $20,000 annually, and now you're seeing a monthly remuneration
that's more than that,
$30,000 a month. That's $30,000 a month. That's $360,000 annually, compared to a $20,000 annually given to you by the Athletics Federation of Nigeria. Do you think you would want to stick with the Athletics Federation of Nigeria? No. Everybody would fall for such temptation, which is, can you leave and go outside? That's most likely when you've been courted by any of these well developed and call them more serious federations when it has to do with the sports. I think it's one of the reasons we can't lie about that. Favor Philly cannot even lie about that to us. It's one of the reasons why she had to think of that switch. And I don't blame her for any reason. These are her active days in the sport. Yes, she's about 23 or thereabout, 22 or 23 years of age, and these are the active days she has in the sport. If she doesn't make use of it, she's going to live to regret it when she gets older, because when you get older, a lot of requirements come your way, and if you're not buoyant enough to see through these requirements, then you understand that in our local parlance, as they say, kaki no be leather. So I think I can't fault her at this point for making that switch. We've had a lot of Nigerians who did that and it went well for them. Let's look away from the financial part of it also. When it comes to proper representation, proper fine-tuning and polishing of your skills to be able, because yes, even if you do the sport or you're involved in the sports because you want to make money, you also want to make those shines, you also want to get those accolades, you also want your name to be written in the books of history. And as an athlete, if you want your name to be written in the books of history, it is by giving top-notch performances. And when you don't have the support, you don't have the facilities required to polish the skills that you have, yes, you have the talent raw, but all has not been put in place to ensure that those talents are fine-tuned, more or less cleaned up and fashioned or polished in a way that you become a world beater, then you would not be settled. You also have some sort of inbuilt dissatisfaction, yes, to that. So I think it's also another point for Favor Ofili right here. Ofili has been in and around the corners of great performances on the tracks of recent. Call it 2-3 years back. We saw her even before the 2024 Olympic Games. She had good performances at the NCAA, good performances at Oregon. She also had good performances in Bahamas, and here she is. She went to the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Good performance in the 200 meters. Came through all the heats, and in the finals was able to finish 6th. It's no mean feat. And Favor needs a platform where she can showcase this talent that she's got to the fullest. So if the Turkish Athletics Federation would help her do that, why not move? She had believed in Nigeria for quite a long time. That's the reason why she had to stay put even after so many of disappointing returns coming from the Athletics Federation of Nigeria. 2020 in Tokyo, wasn't able to compete because of failed drug tests or non-placement of drug tests due
that
to
was COVID, and that was drug and COVID tests.
Yes, and it was the Athletics Federation of Nigeria that failed the athletes for that particular one, 14 of them. Coming to 2024 in the Paris Olympic Games, also failing her when it has to do with the 100 meters. She has kept faith with Nigeria for quite a long time, and time is ticking. Time is no longer her friend. So if she gets to move on and is able to record what she has dreamt of always recording for a very long time, why? I think I don't fault her at this point in time. For Tonobu Kokoa, I hope that himself and the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, as well as the entire sporting fraternity in Nigeria here, would learn from the mistakes that they have made to lose the likes of Favor Ofili. That's if it's confirmed. Francis Obikwelu, Gloria Lozie, Femi Ogunnode, they should learn from it. Nigeria is a country that churns out talent on a daily basis. No thanks to, or would I say thanks to the huge population that we have. So we churn out talents every day. How we make use of these talents is where we have the issue. Nigeria is supposed to be a gold mine when it has to do with talent, pulling out talents here in and here out. If you do that properly, and an athlete is to maybe switch allegiance, we should be having athletes switch allegiance not because they are ill treated, but maybe because the sky has become too small and too many birds are there flying, and maybe they just want to move around. It's going to be Nigeria borrowing talents to other countries, not Nigeria losing talents to other countries because of ill preparation. So I think Tonobu Kokowa needs to, if he desires to have his name put into the record books for in the world of athletics, he needs to do something to turn around this second administration that he has got, to do something to turn around this recurring decima where athletes have to leave the country, not because the country has got too much of talent that they cannot keep up with, but just because they have been ill-treated. So he needs to do something, and he really needs to do it real quick.
Now, Benjamin, coming over to you now, how do they compete with this financially? I mean, because 20,000 compared to 30,000, 20,000 a year compared to 30,000 a month, that is about 360,000 a year. It dwarfs it by a mile. I mean, it's just too much when you look at the financial or the disparities between what you're supposed to get here and what you're to get there if you do get to move. So how do they close that gap down? We talked about it. I was at the other side. I talked about the fact waiting for the sports ministry to get grants. But I mean, how imperative or how important is it for sponsors to come into this? Because as much as you're trying to develop and churn out the athletes, if you're not doing enough to bring sponsors in, then there'll be that gap or that deficit, and it will be so easy for other countries to take advantage of it after you develop this talent at the end of the day.
Yeah, see, the truth is, with all due respect to the sports ministry, not just let's say the different federations of, the different federations we've got in Nigeria. I think the truth is they are lazy. That's just the truth, because, first off, you need to get, in as much as we need sponsors, into these different, pumping money into these different federations and all that. There are some things that you need to do before, the sponsors get to see these things you've done, and then they are being attracted to you. You just can't go and knock on my door, and now you start telling me to come and invest in, what's it called, in let's say, athletics. And then you've not given me a blueprint of what you want. You don't. There are ways you have to sell these ideas. So I think they are lazy in terms of not looking for sponsors. This whole thing hovers around sponsorship. You need to look for a way to bring in sponsors into this thing, because you cannot just keep waiting for the federal government to allocate money to you through the sports ministry. The sports ministry gets to disburse it. You know how long this thing takes in Nigeria. Even when the money has been approved, before it gets disbursed, it takes time. By then, the competitions and the competitors, or let's say the athletes, needs to be training regularly. They need to get paid. We are now hearing about the Super Falcons, how much the NFF are owing them. So these are things that keep coming. We are still going to be hearing these things if the environment is not enabling enough for these sponsors to come. So these are the issues we are having. The major issue here is sponsorship. That's the thing. And I think this is just the genesis of what is going to happen, because we stand the risk of losing more athletes going to countries that are ready to splash the cash, country that knows what they are doing in terms. See, the truth is, there's money in every aspect of sports, but we haven't sat down to see these things and know that there's money. We only hear that there's money, but you don't sit down to ask yourself, how do we generate money and how do we make these sports lucrative for ourselves, for our investors, and for the athletes or the sportsmen and women that are involved? That's the thing. Every aspect in sports is money. But the truth is they are just lazy. The administrators and these federation chairmen and women and all that, they are just lazy. They wouldn't go out to look to source for money, because they know that the federal government will always allocate money to them. But they are the ones that keep complaining that this money that is being allocated to them are not enough. So go out and source for funds. Now, when the World Athletic Federation disburse money to the different federations and all that, what is that money used for? because I believe that those money can go a long way in paying, if not more, pay the debt, pay the salaries and arrears of these athletes. But where is this money going to? Nobody comes out to give accounts or accountability of, okay, let's say this money is coming in. We are now talking about how CAF has increased the money for the prize money for the clubs that are going to represent their different federations in the CAF Champions League and Confederations Cup. Now this money comes in. Believe you me, nobody will give account of this money. We will not hear about the account of this money. Players from the Nigerians in the NPFL are being sold daily. Nobody gives account of how much is this player sold, how much is coming in, how much is going to the FA, how much is going to the NFF and the NPFL, but nobody is giving account of it. So I think this is one of the issues. Negligence, accountability, lack of sponsors are the few issues that are really disturbing or making Nigeria sports in general not to move forward, and it's going to be a major problem. Favour Philly's case is just by the corner, though not confirmed. But trust me, before this year runs out, we'll see more athletes leaving the scene, going to other countries already. So I think those three are the major issues, and all these things boils down to leadership too. So I think those are the major issues that are actually giving us issues in terms of our sports development.
Okay, guys, quickly, before we get to leave this matter, I mean, how do they go about improving this welfare or SARS? Because, I mean, the man talked about, Tony Bokoko talked about improving welfare. So how do they go about this? I mean, maybe thinking of competing is far-fetched, or thinking of matching, let me not say competing is far-fetched, but maybe something decent enough to make the athletes want to consider staying, irrespective of the fact that the grants might not be up to that at the end of the day. So, but how do they achieve this feat now? Because it looks like this is going to be a problem, especially when you have the Arab nations with the oil and gas money lurking around the corner, and you're seeing a country like Turkey willing to do and pay what they are paying right now.
Henry, I think the first thing that they need to do is to ensure that all processes are clear and fair. Ensure that you do what you need to do as an administrative arm of whatever sporting federation. You can ask yourself, what is the weightlifting federation doing that others are not doing? We look into fencing right now. Fencing is going waves, it's making waves out there. What are they doing that some other federations are not doing? Are they the federations with the biggest of monies? No. The allocation goes there. The secretaries of various federations are basically the ones with saddled with the duty of receiving and keeping records of all of these, as well as sectioning and disbursements. But the truth is, where you see people, including the athletes, feeling left off or feeling not satisfied with whatever is going, is the high rate and level of impunity. Yes, if processes are fair and clear, everyone who knows that, yeah, I get 2 naira from what I'm doing for my country can say, yes, I take this 2 naira in good faith and I'm happy with it because I am representing my fatherland. We're all contributing to make sure that these improves. Even if I am not getting the best of what I'm supposed to get, if I'm to compare myself with my colleagues in the business, talking about the athletes right now, maybe colleagues from other countries, I'm not getting the mood, but I know that I'm putting in this as a sacrifice to make sure that whatever has to do with the sport I represent in Nigeria gets better, and maybe athletes in the future that will come in would reap from it and be grateful that I did put down this sacrifice. That is exactly what whichever federation, the AFN also being the body in charge of all of this, that is what they need to do. They need to understand that accountability speaks louder than whatever voice you want to speak with being amplified. Accountability speaks louder than it. If the processes are clean and fair, everybody knows that they are a stakeholder in it, then you start by making sure that all minds are together or in one frequency when it has to do with chasing growth for athletics right here in Nigeria. Then secondly, when these processes are clean and fair, then you begin to see that all monies are properly utilized. You begin to see that whatever is supposed to be structured to make sure that investors come into the sport, they will come in. Now, the Super Eagles of Nigeria don't have much of problems because you have a lot of investors coming in. Listen, track and field also can enjoy the inputs of these investors. Yes, it's because Benjamin here talked about these various federations going out to see how to seek for sponsors. Yes, that one you can do. You can also design whatever you do in a way that sponsors will come looking for you. But these personnel within these setups don't go out to look for. They don't think about it. They don't even consider it that it's important, because all they need to do, all they are out there to do is struggle for posts during elections, do whatever is doable during elections to see that you sit there. And when they sit there, they only wait for allocations to begin to share and embezzle. So now when a lot of persons who go there don't go there with, they are not going there with the development of the sports at heart. No, they are going there for their own selfish and personal reasons. That is the reason why most of the persons you see within the corridors of these federations are no technocrats. They know nothing about the sport. They know nothing about the sport. Most of them there. I remember once here we talked to, that was Chioma Jungwa, and she was like, one of the surprises she had was stepping into the office of the AFN, and most of the personnel there did not know that this is Chioma Jungwa. It's pathetic, because if you are in that line, it's like, for example, Henry, you're seated here, I'm seated here, and Benjamin is seated here, and maybe we get to see Charles Anazodo walk into this station or this studio, and we're like, fine, we don't know who he is. No, we are supposed to, because if we want to grow in this particular line of business, then definitely we should have looked at some of these sports analysts and sports presenters are people that at one point or the other would have sat down to study how they do their job, so that we can also improve in what we do. So you just cannot see the likes of Charles Anazodo walk in and you say, fine, we don't know, I have no idea of who you are. No, you are in that line. So you can see what that means for Chioma Jungwa to walk in and everyone there doesn't even know that this is Chioma Jungwa, meaning you don't even know, never did a study on the athletes within the Athletics Federation of Nigeria that you feel that you are in there. So it goes a long way to tell you what these guys have at the back of their mind. The money. And when you have that at the back of your mind, that's the reason why you're there. Definitely, development is going to be far, far, far away from whichever federation is in question. So, Henry, I think to start with, we need to purge ourselves. As I said before, every part of the Athletics Federation, every part of the sub-federations that make up the Athletics Federation, that's I've mentioned some of the federations. Some of them are doing well right now. Weightlifting is doing well. Wrestling is doing well. Fencing is doing well. Table tennis is also doing well. What about some other federations that are not doing well? You need to purge yourself. When you now purge yourself, you understand that you have a business, you have a job to do. And what is that job? Ensure that whichever federation you find yourself develops. Then you can now decide to start structuring out plans to improve the welfare of athletes, because it's more or less paper talks most of the times. Yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do that. How do you want to do it? How? Let us know how you want to do it. It is when you've purged yourself, when there is accountability, when every single 1 naira counts and can be accounted for. That is when you can now say you want to step up or you don't want to step up. Because if you're telling athletes that the monies coming into the federation is not enough to cater for your or improve your welfare. And this is the reason why we are giving you this. The various athletes will be okay with it when they understand that this is the truth. So that's exactly what I feel at this point, Henry. First of all, the system needs to be purged. Those who are in the system administratively should be persons who are fit for those positions. They should be persons who know their onions. They should be persons who have the willingness, who have how would I put it at this point? Interest of sports in Nigeria at heart. Not persons who want to fill up their coffer. Persons who want to leave the system fat. Yes, then we can now say that development is getting close to where we are. Else, it's going to be the same circle for a long time.
Okay, 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal line. You can send your thoughts there. As regards what we've discussed, the FN coming out to say, the President, Tudoba Kokoa, coming out to say that they are looking at improvement in welfare as regards what's happening now, and Favor Philly being the case study being cited as regards reports of our alleged switch to Turkey. And yeah, so they are looking at that. Well, let's see. We are monitoring what happens or transpires, but let's see how things do unfold. Well, I would have loved to go to Wimbledon immediately, but let's start off with Formula One. Let's go over to what's going to happen there in Silverstone, as that race is meant to kick off by, that should be 4 p.m. Nigeria, Silverstone, 3 p.m. Nigerian time, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. British time over there. Well, Red Bull's Max Verstappen pipped McLaren's Oscar Piastri to pole position in qualifying. Now, Verstappen beat Piastri by 0.103 seconds, with McLaren's Lando Norris just 0.015 seconds behind in third, and Mercedes' George Russell a further 0.019 seconds adrift in fourth. Now, Lewis Hamilton second quickest behind Piastri after the first runs in the final qualifying, slipped back to fifth at the end, just ahead of his Ferrari teammate Charles Leclerc. Now, Britain Oliver Behrman was an excellent 8th for Haas, but will be demoted to 18th on the grid because of a 10-place penalty for going too fast under the red flag conditions in practice when he crashed in the pit lane. Now, in the other Mercedes, Kimi Antonelli was 7th, but he has a 3-place grid penalty from his crash with Verstappen in Austria. Now, those penalties promote Fernando Alonso's Aston Martin from 9th, and Alpine's Pierre Gasly completes the top 10. Now, let me run through the top 10 as regards grid position. Max Verstappen in first, that's in pole. Behind him is Oscar Piastri. Third is Lando Norris. George Russell is in fourth. Lewis Hamilton fifth. Charles Leclerc sixth. Kimi Antonelli seventh. Oliver Behrman eighth. Fernando Alonso 9, and Pierre Gasly 10. Well, is there any need to actually go through the top 20 now? More in the other, from 11 to 20, we have the likes of Carlos Sainz, Yuki Tsunoda, Oliver Behrman. I mean, they are all there, Lance Stroll and co. But I mean, it's all down to Silverstone, the British Grand Prix, and ahead of the race, someone was talking, and that person is not other one, or is not a person than McLaren's Lando Norris, as he predicts that Sunday's British Grand Prix could be a great race with 6 cars in with a chance of victory. Now, like I did mention, Norris did qualify in third, with Red Bull's Max Verstappen in pole and McLaren's Oscar Piastri in second, or just in front of Norris, and Mercedes' George Russell and Ferrari's Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc just behind. Now, the man, Lando Norris, did say and that it's a 6-car race. Now, Piastri, who leads Norris by 15 points in the World Championship, said it could be well a 6-car fight for the win between all the cars, and Russell, Norris and Verstappen all agreed. Now, the closeness of competition in qualifying also suggests that with just 0.23 seconds covering the top 6 qualifiers, despite both Ferrari drivers making mistakes on their final laps. But the way the teams have prepared their cars for the race adds extra potential for variability. We also have Alex Kabari here with us in the studio this afternoon. Alex, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the studio and to all sports lovers around the world listening to us this Sunday afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, great to have you here. So now let's get straight into it as regards Silverstone, the British Grand Prix. It will be starting by 3 p.m. It's actually raining over there, summer rain, and that is George Russell currently on our screens as they are getting ready and warming up for a race that's starting about an hour and 15 minutes time. But I mean, do you buy into Lando Norris's talk that it's a 6-horse race as regards Silverstone today?
Oh well, I think regarding the British Grand Prix that I said to kick off, it has been purely dominated by in terms of the constructors themselves, the McLaren, I think, and Mercedes, and mostly if you look at the top 6 structure, you've not had anyone else apart from I think Kimi Antonelli, who has finished on distance. That was about 2-3 weeks ago. So you've not really had anyone else try to break in. It's kind of like almost a 1-horse race, like everyone would expect it to go. You know who is going to finish on the podium, or you almost know who is going to finish on the podium. You know the guys that are consistent. You know how their strategy pans out. The track can come with its own difficulty. We saw the other day Max Verstappen looked like he was off to a good start, and then him and Antonelli were knocked off in I think the first or the second lap, and they could not progress. They didn't go ahead. But then he responded again in the qualifier round yesterday with another superb finishing first in the qualifying yesterday. And I mean, it is not particularly a 6-horse race, because obviously we can expect surprises. But then at the same time, I mean, if you look at how it has gone most of the championship for this year, the finishings on the podium finishings and everything is just pointing at the fact that they are just set to keep dominating. So do we expect any shockers? I mean, yes, I expect some people to maybe, sit up and take advantage of some I would say some disturbances, or some, like you just stated, it's raining. I wonder how much of a role that is going to play into this, how they are going to decide to start out soft tires, hard tires, to against resistance of how the track is going to be like. So at the end of the day, maybe yes, shockers, but then at the end of the day, he's probably right, because you don't see anyone from apart from the top 6 he's mentioning, and even the top 6 we can even bracket it down to like top 4. There's someone who has still not gotten a podium finish yet, I think. So we can still bracket it down to your best 3 or 4 who you'd expect to see on the podium at the end of the day. So yes, we do expect something tough. We do expect something that is going to go all the way. But then at the end of the day, it just feels like everyone knows who is going to finish on the podium. I think it's just left to say who exactly is going to end up first.
You're making it look like it's actually straight.
It is pretty straightforward. I mean, how many times do we see shockers in this? Okay, how many shockers have we seen so far this season, Harry? Like in terms of podium finishes or who finishes first? I think if Piastri does, then
Do you think it would be a shocker if Lewis Hamilton wins it today?
Yes, I have to call that a shocker. I mean, he has done pretty well. He has been improving. I think a month ago, his grid position was around 8th to 7th or 8th. And then he has moved up the ranking.
Will you call that a shocker? 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. He's won, is it 2 or 3 out of the last 4 he's won 2 out of
this is his stuff. Yes,
he has finished not lesser than 3rd in the last 4.
Okay, so we are expecting him to get
last
something
year he won
higher
it
than
when he wasn't anywhere.
Okay, so what you're basically trying to say is we should not count him out.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you.
The truth is, obviously, we don't need to count Lewis Hamilton out of this, because this is his tough. If I'd have to put that, or this is his tracks.
He's circuit.
He's circuit, because everybody knows where, when you see that person, you have strengths, or when you get to that point, you know that this is my point, this is where I need to hit it. I have a name to protect at this point in time. It's like what's it called? Real Madrid playing against Liverpool. Nowadays, we know that no matter how bad Madrid are, they would have to get something from that game. It's like what's it called now? Barca of last season playing Real Madrid 10 times last season. They will still beat Madrid 10 times. That is how Silverstone is to Lewis Hamilton at this point in time. Yeah, he might not be performing. The last time where he won Silverstone, that was last season rather. The man wasn't even close to. But this season, we've seen him switch Mercedes to Ferrari, and the man has, at some point showed a glimpse of, even if it's lots of complaints and all that coming from the car and all that. But the truth is, we shouldn't rule out Lewis Hamilton in this race, because this is more or less like his stronghold. So the man is in for it.
Henry, Lewis Hamilton, it's been a sort of improvement for Lewis Hamilton since the last race. The last race was the Austrian Grand Prix, where he finished fourth. You could see that he started pretty well and did hold off to the end. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri won that one. You can't doubt that, because McLaren have been in a world of their own this particular term. Who was the next person that was above him? It's his teammate Charles Leclerc, and you could see clearly right now, talking about Silverstone, the British Grand Prix, in the top 10 you've got about 4 British men, meaning these men know that it's home, it's homecoming, and there's that it's coming home with every Briton at this point, and everything is just pointing towards the direction that Lewis Hamilton might be having his first podium finish in Silverstone later today when the race kick-starts. He has had improvement. He's beginning to understand his car, and look at it clearly. Silverstone is one circuit that has been dominated by Ferrari. Ferrari have won the most races at Silverstone. 18 it is they've won. And where is Lewis Hamilton right now? He's in Ferrari, and you can see that all of these are pointing to the fact that Lewis Hamilton has got everything in his support, or everything, the odds are in his favor at this point for him to get into the podium finish. I'm not saying that he's going to win the race at Silverstone, because for anybody to defeat McLaren this period, is either they have a DNF, or something just happens, something out of the blue, something unexpected just happens to them. But if it's toe-to-toe going against McLaren, I think it's going to be one of the most difficult things for anybody to do at this point in time. So I'm not saying Lewis Hamilton would be winning the race, but I think he should be getting on the podium, because everything points towards that direction. The odds are in his favor right now. On that grid, he's going to be starting 5th. You just have George Russell ahead of him. I don't think George Russell will be able to give Lewis Hamilton a competition at this point. So if he can break in early, maybe in the very first 10 laps, 1 to 10 laps, if he can break into a podium finish, that's 1st to 3rd, I think he'll be able to sustain it and move with it going forward. So it's going to be a race for Lewis Hamilton to show us what he's really made of at this point. The time has come. The questions are there. It's Lewis Hamilton at this point. He needs to get on the podium for us to know that he's still a contender. Good enough. Who said that? Oscar Piastri, or is it Lando Norris who said that it's a 6-horse race?
Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely going to be a 6-horse race. There's a Verstappen. Out of the 6, I think 5 of them have finished on the podium since the beginning of this season. That's Verstappen, Piastri, Norris, George Russell, and Charles Leclerc. It's just Lewis Hamilton to make it all up and make it that truly 6-horse race going forward.
Now, Benjamin, coming over to you, how important is this race for Verstappen to hold on to that pole and finish the winner over here in Silverstone? Especially when you look at the fact that he's trying to see how he can claw the gap, or claw his way close to Piastri and Norris, because it looks like those two are gradually creating a gap between themselves and the rest of the chasing pack. Because you look at Piastri is stopping with 216 points, Norris has 201 points second, then you have Verstappen with 155 before you see Russell in 4th with 146. It looks like they're telling the rest, we're separating ourselves. We're the wheat, you are the chaff. Just stay there. So, I mean, how important is it for Verstappen to win this one, and also hope maybe poor pit stop strategy Hamilton does what he usually does in Silverstone and pops up and finishes in the podium place. Somebody crashes. We're not praying for anybody to crash, please. But I mean, how important is it for Verstappen to hold on to that pole?
Well, definitely, it's every race is important. That's the truth. You don't go into a race, like I usually say, to lose, or you don't go into a match to lose. That's what it is. And for Max Verstappen, the man is third on the drivers' championship ranking. Piastri, like you said, for McLaren, Lando Norris, McLaren doing a 1-2 in terms of drivers' championship points, 116 against 201. Then what's his name? Max Verstappen is on third, 115 points. The man needs to start gathering points, and the best way to gather points at this point in time is to win. That's what it is. Try and win or end in podium. But you see, look at Silverstone. There are lots of competition. Even Lewis Hamilton himself, that is not even, Hamilton is on sixth. Charles Leclerc ahead of him. But the truth is, Hamilton would want to win this too. So lots of competition in this. But Max Verstappen would want to, closing those gaps by winning the race. But has he won in Silverstone for a while now? That's the question. And like I said earlier, I said when there are some drivers that have strongholds when it comes to some tracks, some circuits, So, and one of them is Lewis Hamilton today. So I think the greatest competitor amongst the rest drivers, which is the top 3 drivers or top 4 drivers, which is Piastri, Norris, Verstappen himself, and then George Russell, would have to battle it out with Lewis Hamilton. In as much as Lewis Hamilton is not, he's not in the top 5 ranking, but the man has a stake in terms of Silverstone. So I think you just need to, Max Verstappen, the man just needs to win this race, or at least end in a podium. That's the only way he can close the gap. If not, the gap is still going to get wider and wider, and the man might likely be losing out on defending his drivers' championship he won last season.
Okay, well, let's see how things do turn out in Silverstone. That race is by 3 p.m. Nigerian time, and we will be keeping our eyes on that one once it does get to start. And from Formula One, let's head over to tennis, but let's not forget that the SMS and WhatsApp also is still there for you to send your thoughts as regards everything we have been discussing the AFN, and also looking at Formula One. Are you expecting Silverstone to turn out at this point in time? Okay, now from Formula One, let's get to talk about some tennis. Yes, it is Wimbledon going on. Yes, Taylor Fritz officially is through to the round of 16 after quarterfinals. Beg your pardon. After After a walkover over Jordan Thompson today, we did win this first set and was 3-love up in the second set, but Jordan Thompson has retired with that one. And yeah, we're seeing one woman that has come out of nowhere and is trying to do magnificent things flying the British flag. But it's been a Wimbledon that has been filled with upsets. It's been a Wimbledon that we've seen a lot of people crash out. Maybe barring the men's side of things, where we're still seeing the 3 big names we expected, or the 3 names we are expecting to see by this time. And the women's side, only Sabalenka. Kuku is out. Okay, Iga's still there, definitely. Sabalenka did defeat Raducanu, although you call Raducanu a big name as regards the women's side of tennis these days. But Pegula also out. Krejcikova crashed out yesterday, the defending champion. So we're looking for a new champion in the last 3 years. So someone new, definitely. Vondrousova is out. Krejcikova is out. Rybakina out. Rybakina is out as well, so we're looking at someone new. But I mean, so far so good. I think Wimbledon has served us what we've been looking for, Alex. I mean, the Grand Slam, a lot of people look at it and say this is where we usually see the most upsets. Well, and it's living up to expectations.
And I think I saw a record that said it has already had the most number of upsets in the opening weeks. In the opening days than it has had in the past. Yeah, the first round even had more upsets, like let's say top 20 or top 30 from both the men and women's.
I think for the men, the top 10 had about 5% off, top 5% off. Then for the women, top 10 also had about 4 leave in the first round.
That is brutal. So it just shows it comes a long way to say that, you know, it has gone from a game you can predict to, how would I put it, something that is not particularly, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And she still picks it up. Lovely. She did very well. That was Cartel and Pavlika Cherkova.
Beautiful tennis here
on that rally, but I think she comes out with the point. So yeah, as I was saying, I think it goes a long way to say we can no longer come out and say, this is a straight favorite, because I have seen some people start off their game really well. I think that was that Coco?
Coco didn't start off well. She lost. Was it 6-1 or 7-5, 6-1?
Yeah, the very first.
Hogarun was leading, won the first 2 sets. Ended up losing.
I don't have any excuse for Hogarun. He knows how to. From time to time, he does this disappearing act where he just messes up. But for Coco, I thought she was unlucky because it looked like that was going to a tie break, and I think her record in tie breaks is pretty good. So I was hoping she would take it to tie break in the first set. But then as soon as she got broken in and then beaten in that first set, I was like, okay, how are you going to 7-6? I was like, how are you going to respond in the next set? And then the next thing she did also poorly. So where you'd see that fire, she lacked it. And you know, it did not really show that much. I think sometimes it's often about your drive. I saw Iga do the exact same thing against what was her last opponent. She lost the first set, and then almost immediately she came back, responded with a break, went 3-0 up on the second set, and eventually closed it out. She just responded, Cathy McNally. So she responded almost immediately. She went for it, and there's this fire, there's this aggression Iga plays with when she loses the first set. Almost against anybody, no matter who you are, she's almost guaranteed to pick the second set against you. But then also at the same time, like Coco said, like other top contenders who have dropped out said, the switch to go from clay to grass in such a short period. Coco said she had barely played 2 games on grass before coming to this tournament. She was just trying to get her
think that's
hand
been a major factor?
Practice. Yes, it has.
Because we're looking at we do know that a lot of the smaller players a lot of them abandoned clay court tournaments and decided to focus on grass for a month or 2 months before Wimbledon. Now, so do you think that's been a major factor?
Yes, I think it gives you an advantage if you have to train on grass and you're determining how the ball bounces, you're determining exactly how to strike it. You know, wind changes from clay and all of that. If you have to determine and put all of that into practice, you are definitely going to have an advantage. You're going to have an upper hand over someone who has not trained on grass, particularly for some time. Alcaraz said so. I think he in the Mallorca ATP finals, where he went up against Muna Xiaomi, and Munajaomi took him to 3 sets, and he required a tie break to beat him. He was surprised, but he said he did understand. In the first set, which he won, the second set he lost. He said he tended to like swing his racket way too wildly, because he thought if it's on clay, the amount of power he uses to generate that strike lands him exactly where he wants it. But then when he came to grass, as he's swelling, it's going well off. So he said he had to first of all adapt mentally, and then start telling himself not to go with those heavy strikes again. So there's a different approach to playing on grass than it is to clay. And then the switch up, it was way too quick. Like Coco said, she played just 2 games. She got knocked out in the
first
ATP,
round.
the first round of. No, the minor ATP tournament she entered in for.
That was the Hamburg Open.
Yeah, so I think she got. I'm trying to remember who took her. I think it was Wang. Was it Wang? Wang Jingyu. I think it was. I mean Coco in one of those ATP. She barely had enough time to adapt to it, and then, I mean, first of all, we'd like to blame that, but was it Wang? It was Wang. Yeah, so.
The round of 16, 6-3, 6-3.
So I mean, she did not have enough time to adapt to it. We have also seen that it has, the preparation time. Let's look at the gap between the Australian Open and the Roland Garros. There's enough time.
Now, do you think the calendar should actually be looked at? Do you
Yes,
think the calendar should be looked at?
yes, it
Because
should.
we finished Roland Garros, that was May.
Yeah.
And
The next month.
Yeah,
30th of June.
30th of June, yeah.
we had Wimbledon. Now, do you think the calendar should actually be looked at? Maybe Roland Garros comes earlier, or maybe Wimbledon is shifted a little, because the US Open is coming in September.
Yeah.
They barely even have time to even prepare.
To prepare for the hard courts.
But maybe because of most athletes are used, or most players are used to hard courts,
Yeah.
they could, or they will find their ways. Not like grass where you only get it in the United Kingdom or in Great Britain over there. So now, do you think the calendar should be looked at as regards the timing or difference between these last 3 Grand Slams? Because it looks like there's enough time from the Australian Open January to other Grand Slams.
I think it could be looked at, but what's the reason for that space between the Australian Open? Australia is located pretty, if you know the map very well, it's more or less like cut out from the rest of the world. So that's one of the reasons why that space is there, because for you to regroup and reorganize yourself from going to one end of the world in Melbourne and returning back to mainstream Europe is one of the issues that you find with the Australian Open, having that space in between and getting to Roland Garros. Then you have lots of the hard courts ATP tournaments and the clay courts ATP tournaments, that's the ATP 1000, 500 and 250, are more. Yeah, you have more ATP tournaments on the clay courts. Yeah, you go as far as South America to play. You've got Argentina,
Brazil,
you've got Chile, you've got Brazil. You still have some in Europe. You have some clay tournaments. You have some clay tournaments in the Middle East. Yeah, some ATP 250 and ATP 5 in Doha. Yeah, in the Middle East. So that's one of the reasons why there's that space, so that you can accommodate most of these. But I think they need to work around the calendar. You must do these things, because even after the first round exit of Alexander Zverev, that's number 3 seed or world number 3, he made mention of something. He said he's beginning to lose interest in tennis. He's beginning to find it difficult to be motivated in tennis because of scheduling. That now, look at, he had to fall really unceremonially in Wimbledon in the first round. It has not happened to him before. The last time he did leave in the first round of any Grand Slam tournaments was 6 years ago. So he said it's because he had to be involved in different ATP tournaments building to this Grand Slam. And you know Alexander Zverev very well. Zverev does not keep himself highly ranked because he does very well in Grand Slams. No, he is one man who gives you those performances in ATP titles or ATP tournaments But when it comes to the Grand Slam, because a lot of persons have been asking, why is Alexander Zverev always in world number 2? Why is he world number 2 or world number 3? Why doesn't he fall? We see the rest fall. Alexander Zverev gives you good performances in ATP tournament. He doesn't miss ATP tours. If he doesn't win an ATP 1000, he goes down to an ATP 500 and wins an ATP 500. He has won 2 ATP tours this term already, this 2025. So if Alexander Zverev, he doesn't play with those ATP tours. So he said he played continuously before this point. That's one of the reasons why he was knocked out in the first round. So he's finding it difficult to be motivated because he feels the scheduling does not work well with him. So they need to really look at these things. Tennis is one. When I sat down at once to look at how much tennis players put in and how much football players put in, I tend to look at it that tennis players are the ones that are drained the most, because they play continuously from the beginning of a year to the end of the year, and they continue again. It's not like football, where footballers are basically at rest at this point. Not looking at those ones who play for teams that find themselves in the Club World Cup, but others are at rest at this point. So, but I think they need to look at it clearly at this point to see if they can provide a safe landing for these tennis players to be able to, because what's the use if you have too many tennis games and the performances are not coming through? So it needs to be looked at, because look at Wimbledon. It was a shatter. Yes, the younger ones or the fringe tennis players were coming up, we're seeing their names, but the big guns were knocked out so early. So early.
I can't help but feel like they are just potentially setting up another Sinner Alcaraz final. They've already been drawn to opposite ends.
So
we are seeing the whole this thing again. So this is looking like another.
But they definitely there will be world number 1 and 2. They are definitely bound to be drawn.
On two ends anyway. But don't think it's going to be a Sinner Alcaraz final.
I think it might likely be a Sinner Alcaraz final. That's what.
That's how it is. They are like levels, almost levels.
On pen and paper, look at it that way. But don't. If you decide to look away from Taylor Fritz, you do that at your own peril. Taylor Fritz has played brilliantly in Wimbledon. Taylor Fritz, the level that he has,
but he's been dropping sets.
He's been dropping sets, but he has been consistent. Look at the games. Even if he drops sets, he doesn't drop sets. Hopefully, you don't see a 6-1 with Taylor Fritz.
But you can. He's still, in terms of the levels of Sinner and Alcaraz,
It's still very much.
it's still very far. Unless an upset
comes in.
Yes,
I don't think power for power, player for player. I don't think Taylor Fritz is among or could compete against Carlos Alcaraz or.
I mean, look at the Australia. Look at the Australian Open final.
I did it before.
It was
Yannick
Sinner versus Taylor Fritz, and I was really hoping that at least Fritz would take a set of Sinner. Have something to show. And then the first set I saw 6-3 Sinner. Second set was like 6-2. I was like, what's going on? And then the next set, Sinner closed everything or he just wrapped it up. It was nothing. So the levels, someone has sat down to say the levels they show.
We're saying the level of Carlos Alcaraz. Let's look at Wimbledon. Carlos Alcaraz didn't have the best. He has not had the best of runs. If you're talking about Yannick Sinner, I'll say yes. He came up against Fabio Fognini. Fognini almost threw him away. It was a 5-setter. We expected that, okay, fine, he could recover from that one, but he did against what's his name, Oliver Tavards. Yeah, beating him, but that's Oliver Tavards. Now he came up against a Jan-Lennard Struff, and Lennard Struff did not allow him. It wasn't. In fact, the very first second set, third and fourth, it was a fight to finish.
Do you know what this is looking like? This is looking like the just concluded Roland Garros, where Sinner did not drop his sets to the final and Alcaraz was dropping sets up and down. Someone explained this and said there's a huge difference between the both of them. Now, whereas Sinner is very strategic, starts a game the same way, kills it off the same way, does not drop a set, Alcaraz gives you moments, even when he slips up. He hands you a game. He gives you a set just to give you. It's almost like, and there's a reason why he has his game has more viewership, more attendance.
They
call him a more lively player. Than they say Sinner's games are boring. Everybody knows how his games.
He's more like a cat. He plays with his food before he eats it. Is that it?
That is the perfect way to describe it. We know the outcome. He can put you on attention. He can even go as far as giving you the first 2 sets before coming back to beat you. He likes that dramatic entrance. He has this spirit where that I know that Sinner lacks. Where when Sinner is tired.
Okay.
When Alcaraz is tired, he finds an extra level of strength. It's in his mind. His mentality is something else that he uses to down his opponents. We saw that in the Roland Garros final. We saw that even against Muna Xiaomi, where I thought he was set to lose in that the Mallorca ATP 500 finals. So he has this other extra level. Now, the difference between both of them is that when Sinner is good, I would say he is really good. When Alcaraz is good, he's still very complacent. But when Sinner is bad, he is bad. Like, he is really, really bad. Like, when he gets tired, when he gets fatigued.
Bad in Roland Garros.
As soon as Sinner lost the third set,
you have to consider some factors that the man was just coming from ban. You have to put that into consideration in terms of that Roland Garros final. And for someone coming from a ban, you understand, and then playing in the final with that kind of energy and against that kind of opponent, you have to put that into consideration. Truth is, if it was another opponent, Sinner would have blown.
Yes, he will close it out.
He will close it out.
That's
his normal game. He starts with that energy and ends with that energy. But now look at the difference between Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz could take it to the wire and then still close the game.
Yeah.
But Sinner is more or less like a Muhammad Ali. Is it Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson that want to feed? He doesn't want to go to the end.
No,
he wants to do it.
Finish it off.
First 4-5 rounds. Finish. Close the game. Close the boxing bout. That's how Sinner is wired. Yeah, but Carlos Alcaraz on that way. He would, like you said, like Alex said, the man likes playing with his opponent before he closes it down. So that's the difference between the both of them, and then the kind of intensity that they played in that Roland Garros final. So I think right now, let's look at Yannick Sinner with that. The man has now recovered from his ban. He's fully fit. Now let's hope they both get to the final, and then let's watch a better tennis final. That was going to be better than that of the Roland Garros.
Can we say anything that was better what we saw in Roland Garros?
No, this could be better. This could be more better.
It could be a mental game. It could be a mental game. Now, if there's anybody that Sinner wants to beat the most, is Alcaraz. Head to head, 8-4. 8 losses to him and only 4 victories. In their last 5 games, he has lost 4.
Roland Garros was basically Sinner. The odds were against Sinner. It was Sinner going to Carlos Alcaraz's most favorite court. Yeah. Carlos Alcaraz is tipped to be the replacement for the great man Rafa Nadal on the clay court. So he had that already in his head. If you look at that finals, I don't think it was a Yannick Sinner being trampled upon due to the fact that he's just coming back from ban. Yannick Sinner was 100% excellent going to that finals. He did not just come up against minnows, he came up against strong hands, the ones we call strong hands in the world of tennis. Yes, he did come up against them in that on his way. Was it? Yeah, he took Djokovic out in the semi-finals. Yeah, without dropping a set. He took out the old Djokovic that almost annihilated everybody in Miami. The old Djokovic that is annihilating people in Wimbledon. Djokovic. I don't think Djokovic has dropped a set currently in.
No, he dropped against Alexandre Mula in the first round.
Okay, he dropped.
That's the only game he has dropped.
Yeah. But after that, he dealt with Dan Evans and 6-3, 6-2, 6-love. He also dealt with what's his name? Miomi Kekmanovic. He dealt with him also. That 6-3, 6-love, 6-4, and he's going to be up against Alex de Minaur tomorrow by 1:30. So we want to see what Djokovic. I think de Minaur is going to be. Yes, de Minaur is a more formidable opponent for him. So now, but going back to what I was saying about Yannick Sinner. Yannick Sinner had an excellent run in Roland Garros, but he came up against a Carlos Alcaraz who had the crowd behind him, who had
who was more mentally stable. He was stronger. Cena came from a ban. He was yet to find his toughness mentally. Then coming up against a Carlos Alcaraz who already had the mindset that this is my tough. That was why if you watch that game, Yannick took the first 2 sets. Then Cena came in. The moment he allowed Cena break him in terms of set, I knew that Cena was going to... the moment he allowed Alcaraz break him in terms of sets, coming from that 2 sets advantage to lose 1 set, I knew that Alcaraz was going to come back because he started building into it. But it's going to be different in Wimbledon because Wimbledon, yes, even if Carlos has won or was the defending champion, yes, grass is not his thing. I don't see grass as his thing.
But Carlos is defending back-to-back champion.
Back-to-back? Is it back-to-back champion? No.
Yeah, back-to-back.
Was it the one that won 20 Wimbledon? Was it the one that won 20?
He won 2023. He defeated
Novak.
He defeated Novak in 2023. Won last year, 2024. Defeated Zverev. Yeah.
Defeated Novak.
Was it Novak?
He defeated Novak last year.
No, but he's back-to-back champion in Wimbledon.
Back-to-back champion. Okay, I need to confirm that. But I know he defeated Novak Djokovic last year at Wimbledon, which Djokovic now defeated him at the Olympics, which followed.
It was. It was Zverev he defeated. That was it Roland Garros last year? He defeated Zverev in one of those finals last year.
Okay,
but he's the defending champion of Wimbledon, back-to-back.
Okay, so back-to-back. But I feel Yannick Sinner might. Yannick Sinner's stronghold is the hard courts. Yes, it is. But I think this time it's more or less like it's going to be, if both of them come meeting themselves in the finals, it's going to be more or less on a level playing ground. I think Alcaraz is not going to be coming with that mentality that this is my court, because grass is not his court. Even I'm yet to see somebody who will replace the great man himself. What's his name? One of the big old Roger Federer. Roger Federer won 18 titles on grass. Yeah. Yes, he won 18 titles on grass. Till date, he's still one of the most successful tennis players on grass. So I've not seen anybody that will replace him yet on that turf. So it's going to be more or less a level playing ground. We're going to see both of them fight to the end. I would want to see this finals between Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner. Let me see a true test. It will be a very interesting finals, particularly because of the fact, like I did say, that if there's anyone Sinner wants to beat right now, it's Alcaraz. So it's a different mind game. It's like coming up against that one obstacle that stops you from... I mean, he was about to pick up his first ever Roland Garros. Alcaraz stepped in. He had picked up an Australian Open, thankfully, because I think Djokovic knocked out Alcaraz, and then went on to, I think he retired against Zverev, and then he went on to... So, I mean, he is looking at it and he's probably thinking, I stand a chance right now. But if I come up against Alcaraz, this is that one person that has been a physical blockage from every title I've been to. If there is no Alcaraz, Sinner is picking up most of these titles, but Alcaraz is there, and this is the opponent he needs to beat. So this final is definitely going to be one to watch, and I think even the Wimbledon producers and the organizers, they are crossing their fingers and are hoping we get to see a Sinner Alcaraz showdown.
Okay, well, hopefully a Sinner Alcaraz showdown. So Novak is not being given a chance by anybody in this film. It's all fine. It's all fine. It's all good. It's all good. Novak will prove you wrong. But I mean, it looks like we're almost certain that those are the three we will get to see in the semi-finals as regards Wimbledon. But let's look at the women's side before. I don't think I want to be bothered about who the fourth person might be as regards the men's side of things. Whoever makes it to the semi-final to join any of those three has made it. Maybe Taylor Fritz, Ben Shelton is still definitely there. Let's see if Marin I know Novak. I mean, to join Novak, Taylor, and I say Taylor, Carlos and Yannick Sinner, maybe Fritz, Shelton, maybe Marin Cilic could roll back the years for us. He did do some. He defeated Jack Draper. Cilic did. Gregor Dimitrov.
No, I don't think he will survive Sinner.
He will, and Rublev is actually playing Alcaraz.
So they are not there. Let's just look at it that they are not there.
Okay, now let's look at one player, Benjamin, and that's Iga. Iga has, or she's trying as much as possible to, will you say, remove the myth or the voodoo around Wimbledon for her. She hasn't gone past the quarterfinals.
Nah.
And she did come out to say after her first round victory that she feels positive about this year's Wimbledon, especially after losing the that was the Hamburg Open final to Kim Win Zheng, that she does feel positive about this. And the lady is here to drop a set. And she's going.
She dropped a set.
Okay, yeah, she has dropped the set, but I mean, she's going up against Tara Clausen, and you just feel like this is another one moved by the wayside. I'm going on to the next one. But what has changed for her this year? And it just looks like, looking at all the competitors, because I'm looking at the names: Sonny Carter, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, Laura Sigmund. You look at Solana Sierra, you look at Mira Andreeva, Elise Mertens, Arina Sabalenka, Anisimova, Noskova. You're looking at the names, and it's like, it looks like the coast is definitely clear for Iga to try and break a Wimbledon hoodoo. Maybe reach the semi-final and final and probably lift it. Maybe lifting might be, or winning it might be a bit of a far-fetched. But, I mean, so far so good. It looks like she's trying to make a difference or change the narrative this year in Wimbledon for herself.
Yeah, definitely. For the young lady there, lots of pressure coming into this one. Like you said, she lost the Hamburg. Is it the Hamburg Open? She lost. Yeah. Okay. No, there was she was there was one that she was beaten by Queen Wenzheng. I think, but she lost that final. But
the Olympics, I think Zheng won
the Olympics. But she didn't get to the finals of the Olympics.
No, I'm talking about the Hamburg Open.
No, it's
Pegulia. I think it's Pierre Pegulia that defeated. Yes. After that defeat, lots of pressure from her coming into the Wimbledon competition, because right now you look at it, she's in her record, she has never gone past the quarterfinals. Right now she's actually in the fourth round, so it shows that she's actually taking off those pressure, coming out from that final defeat, and then coming into a competition where you've not won before. I know there could be flashes, memories in her head that, especially when games are actually going bad for her. Let's say she lost the first set or dropped a set, she's going to flash back. She's going to flash back, knowing that you're not really good in this this surface. But at the end of the day, she's in the fourth round, and hopefully she get past it. I think she looks sharper in terms of the way she has played in her opponent. Yeah, she has dropped a set, but it doesn't matter. What really matters is how you get to win your games. Do you win those games? Yeah, she has won those games and she has moved to the next round. So I think it's not about, because we've seen Yannick Sinner didn't drop any set in Roland Garros until the final and they lost. So what's the point not dropping a set and losing in the final? So I think for her it's one game at a time, but as it stands, I think she's doing well. So it depends. If she gets to win her game today, then she will just have to cross and get to that quarterfinal that she has always ended, and hopefully she get past it. But for me, I think she's been decent, looking at the way she has been in the competition. Yeah, she's been decent compared to last season's Wimbledon, where she got knocked out. But she's been decent. So for me, I think she's got a chance. As long as she's still in the competition, she's got the chance to better her records.
Is she winning it?
I wouldn't say she's winning it, because it's very dicey at this point in time. Looking at the top seeded players moving out of the competition, getting dumped out. But again, I look at it and say, as long as she's in the competition, she's got a chance to go far. But will she win it? That's it's a tricky question. But again, she's got a chance to do it. There's always a first time.
Okay, let's wait and see. But I mean, one woman that will probably be standing in her way is Arina Sabalenka, and she will be coming up against Elise Mertens later on today. What's going on over there?
That's out. There's a call.
Okay, the game between Pavlyuchenkova and Katal is currently 4-all in the first set, and is advantage Pavlyuchenkova. But there is a call, and
I think they were serving for Yeah, Chenkova was serving for the to win the game, and I think the ball rolled out.
That's out.
And she's challenging the call, so it was supposed to go back to deuce, but I think it's still being checked. It's out now.
For
So,
challenges.
Yeah, point deduction.
Yeah, but they are giving limited challenges now.
Limited challenges.
Limited. I think about 3 again.
Three against if you go more than 3, I think point deduction.
Yeah,
comes
give
in.
deduction. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see how it unfolds there, but we are here to actually give you updates as regards that. Now, let's look at Arina Sabalenka, another woman who wants to always looking to redeem herself, especially after what happened in Roland Garros against Coco Gauff. She hasn't dropped the sets. She's been phenomenal, but I mean, it's almost like she always gets one tie break every game so far. She has always gotten one tie break in every game, but I mean, what we're seeing from Arena now, is it her channeling what happened in the final, winning the first set but still getting or going on to capitulate against Coco, and I mean the way she reacted and the outbursts that came out from her and all that stuff. Now, do you think that that's what we're seeing from her, because she's looked unbeatable, she's even looked the better opponent or the better player, I beg your pardon, out of all the players so far we've been seeing as regards Wimbledon?
Yeah, I definitely think she's not just channeling the last final she lost, but the last 2. I think she also lost to Madison Keys, and then came on to lose to Coco. So 2 finals lost for Arena, world number 1, where she should be stacking up those trophies. Is a huge loss for. I've said it that every time I watch her, it seems like there is an extra force of vengeance or anger she incites into her game to punish them. She's playing and she looks like she's enjoying her game. She enjoys
her grunts always speak revenge. That's it. She's got the loudest of grunts.
When she goes for some of her very, very powerful returns, there's this look of satisfaction on her face as her opponent is scampering for the ball. But I mean, she's playing some next level tennis right now. I did tell you, Osas, I think that was on Thursday, that it was going to be a close one between her and Emma Raducanu, because of the fans that are obviously going to back Emma. And we saw in that game, I think the first set was 7-6. She beat her on a tie break. Where
8-6 in that tie break.
Imagine she had to save. I think it was about seven set points. She had to save 7 set points, and that was a lovely game. Then in the second set, I think Raducanu went up as much as, was it 3-love in the second set, and then Sabalenka fought her way and broke her twice to take the second set 6-4. So I mean, she's showing next level. Everybody expected Raducanu to at least take that second set that she had already gone up on, but she's playing next level tennis at the moment. So she's obviously the favorite, so we can't even say we are counting her out. She's obviously the favorite. I think she just needs to fix her game mentally. She's one of the people that I definitely admire the most in terms of her tennis and her prowess, but sometimes I feel like her head is not always in the right space, and how she ends her game is not always, the best way as you'd expect. She also tends to, be vulnerable. I think when she lost against Keys, she refused to give an interview because she was crying too much. She was too emotional. Then against Coco, I mean, obviously we all saw what happened.
She gave an interview.
We also what transpired on the interview. She was still crying. She was still extremely emotional while giving that interview. So I mean, her mental game sometimes is very weak. She does need to improve herself mentally. It's almost the same thing I'll say about Ben Shelton, who tends to throw these little tantrums, and then he's all about would I say he's a mixture of confidence and pride. So there's a way he plays, and then most people are always waiting for somebody to humble him. So I think her mindset is in almost the exact same place. Once she gets over that, I feel she'll be almost unbeatable. Especially looking at how I would say she has gone to finals back to back. She has the potential to clinch almost every cup. She's been to back finals, and she's involved in the last 4, I think, in about the last 6 to 7 competitions. So she has shown that she is, yes, very formidable. Yes, she has shown why she is number 1. She has shown why she will always be a presence, a huge presence. But then she is not doing enough when it gets to that finish line. She'll get to a final, and then for some reason, you'd see her play one of the worst games of her career. I mean, what we saw against Coco was over 75 unforced errors, which is way too much. Coco had less than half of what she had that day in terms of unforced errors. So at the end of the day, she just has to cross that mental threshold. It's just like Juventus getting to how many Champions League? 9 Champions, I'll be 7 Champions League final and losing all of them. Atletico Madrid, almost same story. So you just need that final push where you need to cross the line. You've done well. You've beaten all your opponents. You've not dropped a set. But then when you get to the final, and I'm particularly saying this one because it's very different from Sina's scenario. Whereas Sina has to come up against Alcaraz, she loses against any particular opponent she comes up against. It was Madison Keys that was ranked 24th at the time. Madison Keys was also playing phenomenal tennis too, let's not forget. But then Sabalenka went into that final, the better player. I saw her play a completely different game to the Sabalenka I've seen all tournament, and she lost it. She went on. I think there was one semi-final she lost to Zheng, and then again the final against Coco, which you'd obviously expect better from her. So she just needs to find a way to keep her head in check. She did come out to admit that sometimes her head is not always in the right place, and she needs to work on that. She needs to see someone, speak to someone, and figure out how to close out the game. It's not just about performing well.
It could actually come through again, because I'm looking at what she did before coming to Wimbledon. That's the Grass Court Championship in Berlin, and she was beaten by Marketa Vondrousova, someone who's not actually pulling through with her game. And the beating was a beating that was not expected. 6-2, 6-4. That's one thing, like you said about Aryna Sabalenka. She could lose.
She tends to lose. There's no direct ranking to who she loses to. She just tends to lose to almost anybody. There's this mental blockage that she has. I did talk about this after she lost that final and gave that very, very horrible interview with all the words she said against Coco. I did say she needed to get her head back into the right space, and you've just confirmed, she does tend to lose. She does not have a particular opponent that she can say this has been a problem for me. You can't point Coco, you can't point Iga, you can't point Mira or any of the top 10. She has lost at least one against any of them. So we cannot particularly say this is a Sina Alcaraz thing where this guy proves to be by far your strongest challenge to topple. So this is just about her. Figuring it is about her, it's not about her opponents. She needs to figure herself and find a way to break that her final course.
Okay, guys, let's look at the other names. Which other names are we looking at and we're saying could actually push up, cause an upset? Because Wimbledon is a tournament since Serena did back-to-back 2015, 2016. Nobody. Different winners, and we've seen the likes of Gabina Muguruza, Krejcikova, Vondrousova, Rybakina, maybe barring Halep and Keba. We could say, okay, they won the Grand Slam. Keba 3, Halep 2, and Keba, Wimbledon was one of the 3. Halep, Wimbledon was one of the 2. So I mean, which of these other names are we looking at that could potentially prove or bring the unexpected winner like we've been seeing from Wimbledon for this last couple of years? I mean, is it Samsonova? Is it Noskova? Is it going to be Ima Navarro or Mira Andreeva?
There's Mira Andreeva, yes.
She's looking like a different player.
And
So
looking at all of these players right now, there is Ima Navarro there. There is Clara Townsend. I think she's going to be up against Iga Swiatek. I'm not writing her out.
Belinda Bencic
is there. She has beaten Townsend has beaten Aryna Sabalenka, world number 1 this year. Most of these players here have beaten her this. Mira has beaten her this year. Jessica Pegula is out, so Alexandrova has also beaten her this year. Ekaterina Alexandrova has beaten her this year. So they all have potentials. Anybody who has beaten Aryna Sabalenka should have a potential of going pretty far. So I'm looking at Mira on my pecking according to the pecking order. That's the pecking order for the list of others who could get to the finals and maybe win it, excluding Arina Sabalenka, and Iga Swiatek. On that pecking order, I'm looking at Mira Andreeva as number 1. Then number 2 is going to be Ima Navarro because of where she is right now. She's the 10th seed. She's still one of the top 10. You can't write her out. And there is also I said apart from Iga and Arina Sabalenka, there is an Ekaterina Alexandrova. I think these 3 would be the ones that, if you take out Iga and Arina Sabalenka, they should be the ones to fly the flag, if possible, to win this year's Wimbledon. But it's going to be a Herculean task. Seriously, it's going to be.
I think the only thing with Mira's game is sometimes she shows you why she's 18 years.
Yeah,
she lacks that experience. There's this little touch of inexperience, and sometimes she does not know how to keep her emotions in check. She turns almost too often to her box and is gesturing to them. And I mean, all those things, you need to cut down on the way you do that. Your opponent senses your frustration and knows how to punish you. So there is that bit of experience. Obviously, she's still young. She has a lot of time to improve on her game.
That took Andrei Rublev some time to master.
Yeah. So fix up all those little tantrums. And so I mean, she is definitely a contender. She has energy. She has a whole lot of energy. I've seen a lot of serves where I know a lot of players that will not be returning those, but she's chasing after them. She has that energy non-stop. But then at the same time, she also needs the experience. So I mean, she's definitely a contender too.
Okay, well,
but I think I'm sorry. I think those for Mira, I think those things come with age. First off, experience come with age, and number of games you've played and who is managing you. You understand? So I think her experience will come with time. It's just that the kid is, like you said, the emotional. She's letting her emotions at some point get through her. But again, it's just about the coaching, her coaching staff, and then what's it called? The number of games she'll play with time and age. So she's still a young lad with potential and energy. Okay,
well, we are talking Wimbledon, and let's see how things do play out. But I mean, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova has broken Sonny Katal, and it's 5-all in the first set. We could be seeing a tiebreaker here. It's fight to the finish, actually. End-to-end tennis here between both ladies. 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. Phone line is open now for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we've discussed. AFM President Tenobo Kukowa talking about improving welfare of the athletes in order to avoid what is rumored or allegedly about to happen with Favour Philly switching allegiance to Turkey. We also talked about Formula One Silverstone. I mean, Lando Norris called it a 6-car or 6-horse race, and there is that man Lewis Hamilton that's always found a way to finish in the podium places in the last couple of races as regards Silverstone. I mean, over last year he won it when he wasn't expected to or wasn't in the running at all. So I mean, what are you expecting over there in the British Grand Prix in Silverstone today? And we're also looking at Wimbledon. How has it been for you so far, looking at the tournament and with how teams have played out? 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951, and you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Okay, the phone line and the SMS and WhatsApp portal is still open for you to call in to air your thoughts. They are there. They are open for you to air your thoughts and for you to send your thoughts in as well. Now, quickly, let's talk a little bit about boxing before we get to head over to talk some football from the 3 o'clock hour with Benjamin. As Tyson Fury is eyeing potential fights with Anthony Joshua. Alexander Usyk, as the former heavyweight champion, contemplates a return to the ring after his wife Paris consented to the decision. The 35-year-old Gypsy King hung up his gloves for the upteenth time after his second consecutive loss to Usyk in December, but his retirement appears to be short-lived once again. Now, speaking at an IBA show in Turkey, Fury revealed his intentions regarding a potential bout with his British compatriot Joshua. Although AJ has been a rival of mine for 10 years, he has been a fantastic advocate for British boxing and has played the game well. I wouldn't say I hold all the power over him, but if he's only sitting there and waiting for me to come, he could be waiting a long time. He might be 60 by the time I decide I want him, or it might be next week. I'm looking forward to contemplating the idea of returning. I am taking it all on board, and I'll make a decision in the forthcoming few months. Now, the heavyweight star emphasized the significance of the all-British class, stating that the British fight with Joshua will be big, and if we both go to our grave without having fought each other, it will be a travesty for British boxing. However, Joshua, yes, we are aware that the man is currently injured and is just finding his way back to full fitness after his issue and all that stuff. But with Joshua being sidelined, Fury did also come out say or hope to get a shot against reigning heavyweight champion Usyk, whom he desperately wants to avenge his losses against. But I feel like what I really want is revenge. But I only want to fight Alexander Usyk at Wembley in front of 100,000 people and lift all the belts. That will be my dream. Now, His Excellency, the Minister of Sports in Saudi Arabia, Turkey Al Sheikh, has already confirmed comeback plans for the former world champion, posting on X, and I quote, "The Gypsy King will be back. I talked with him and I have his word to have him in Riyadh season in 2026. We have a rabbit to hunt." Now, we are aware that Fury and Usyk did meet twice, with both encounters ending in defeat for the British boxer. But I mean, guys, main thing has to be the fact that Fury is planning, or let's say he's going to come back. His wife has given the consent, right? It's about him making the decision. I mean, it's a man that loves doing something. It's about a man that loves doing something, and he leaves it maybe because of he feels disgruntled at that point in time, or maybe circumstances surrounding him at that point in time made him feel or believe that's the right time to bow. But you leave, then you miss what you're doing. I mean, boxing, you can do it to your 40, early 40. It's not like football whereby at the age of 40 you're looking at your legs, you can't really run again or thereabout. But it's boxing. You can still do it at that age, even though the your powers might not be like when you were a bit younger, and so on and so forth. But I mean, first off, Fury coming out of retirement. I mean, do you see that even happening? Because he said he will still contemplate and give us an answer in a couple of months or in a few months' time. But I mean, do you contemplate or do you actually see that happening? And also, a British bout against Anthony Joshua. Is there a possibility, or do you think that the man's mind will be on, let me see what happens with Dubois Usyk, and whoever gets to win, I go for, let's say if Dubois wins, I still fight Dubois, but I still go for Usyk for revenge? Or like, I mean, because if he does come in, just see a whole new merry-go-round happening all over again. Maybe fight Joshua, even if you fight Dubois, then somebody challenges you for the unified championship and all that stuff. So how does this play out actually?
He does have a lot of fights shaping up. I think the most important thing is for him to return first. But obviously, they are boxers. They are always going to trash talk. Is there any other non-contact sports that does not involve a whole lot of those trash talk? So yeah, we are expecting his return. He has already given us some hints at who his next opponent is going to be, but we all know that the one he wants the most particularly is going to be Usyk. I feel he feels like he was how do we put it? He was unfairly ruled in the last game. You know, the unanimous decision by the judges at the end of the fight went the way of Alexander Usyk, and he would feel like he will feel hard done by that decision. So he would be looking at a possible way of, pulling the strings so that he can get one back over Usyk. But then at the same time, he's also saying it would be such a shame for him to, drop his gloves without getting into the ring with his fellow countryman Anthony Joshua. Well, the possibilities are there. They are large. There are a whole lot. So, I mean, we want to see him back. First of all, we want to see him back. He needs his head in the right space. He has already gotten, consent from his family with his decision to return back to the ring, and the prospects are looking good. Well, the Usyk fight can definitely be affected by his bouts versus Dubois, and he's going to wait to see the outcome of that game. So what if Dubois does take the title off Usyk's hands? Do you switch your focus onto facing Dubois for the heavyweight title, or do you go ahead with your plan to try and get one over Usyk just for, I really need to beat this guy purposely? So, I mean, that is what he's definitely looking at right now at the moment. So Fury has a whole lot of, interesting opponents, challengers upcoming, but like I just said, if Dubois does beat Usyk and takes the title off his hands, does he switch his focus from Usyk now to Dubois?
I think when we had this earlier on this week, it looked like a joke to me because the man Tyson Fury, he's one man that knows how to play with his words. He knows how to talk. Yes, he knows how to talk. Looking at that, you saying that you'd love to take a revenge on Alexander Usyk, you'd love to fight him again. I think his business with Alexander Usyk is done and dusted. He's looking at a trilogy. Before you establish a trilogy, it must be one apiece between both fighters. You have something to settle, not an Alexander Usyk that has beaten him twice, except it's going to be an exhibition bout where...
How about just beat the man back for my credibility and for my reputation?
No, it's.
I mean, even if he got to against you, let me get one against him.
These things are not done that way. You don't challenge somebody for no just cause. There must be something at stake. Do you have the money?
Pride,
or do
street
you have
cred.
Pride? You bring
There's
your
a lot
money.
of street cred at boxing.
You bring your money to come with the pride. Since there is no belt, there should be a pride.
Yes.
There should be money to go with the pride. So do you have, if Usyk tells Tyson Fury, bring me some $200 billion on my table for me to fight with you, fine, no issues. That's why I said it should be, maybe it will be an exhibition bout, or it would happen if maybe Usyk gets to lose his belt to Daniel Dubois. Dubois beats him, he loses the belt to Dubois, meaning he goes down on the pecking order. Then maybe Tyson Fury returns, maybe beats Joshua, or maybe tries to place his fingers on Joseph Parker, beats Parker, gets himself back into contention, maybe beats somebody that maybe raises him above Alexander Usyk on the pecking order. Then maybe Usyk would now be saying, let's fight for there's something at stake. But just looking at Usyk now and saying, come, let's fight because I want to take revenge. Come to the junction. Let us fight because I want to take revenge. I think that one is off the cards for now. But everyone is looking at that Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua bout, because the entire Britain will not rest if these two men who went through flying the flags of Great Britain, doing it at big stages, if they don't come up against each other for that settlement, who is actually the boss in this particular one. So everybody would want to see these two come down to the ring, even if it's not in their A-list days, but at least do something before they go. So for me, I think that's where our focus is right now. The Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua bout. See that Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk bout is done and dusted. He should forget about Alexander Usyk. He beats you, you don't beat you, don't pass. Just forget about it. Face what's ahead of you. If you're coming back, give us something to always savor about. Give us that glamour. Yes, that's what we ask for right now, not placing your fingers where we don't want you to place it. It will get burnt.
Okay, 0701 933 9962. SMS and WhatsApp portal line for the phone line number is 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. Phone line open for you to call in and air your thoughts. I mean, Alex, let's say that British or all British bouts does happen. How does it even turn out? Because, I mean, there's been that question. I know it's hypothesis, it's hypothetical, everything we're going to talk about here, who gets to win and all that stuff. But, I mean, will it actually draw as much buzz as it would have, let's say, 5 or 4 years ago?
Well, I don't think I think I would actually agree with your question in some way, because you are sort of like insinuating that it would have been much of a bigger deal 4 or 5 years ago when both fighters were at their prime fighting. I mean, we saw Joshua and the opponents he went up against before having to come against Usyk. We saw them we saw them fighting, actively in their careers, where they were having at least 2 to 3 games a year, sometimes 2 games a year, depending on how long it took them to recover. But right now, they've not been active fighters. It is not going to be that much of a big deal as it would have been then. So right now, we both know that they are not at the best of their powers. We both know that if they step into the ring, you might look at them right now and you'd be like, especially if this is their first game back, is the bout against each other, you look at them and you'd be like, these two are a bit rusty, like they are looking a bit rusty. So I mean, at the end of the day, you do have to acknowledge the fact that they might step into the ring, they might be looking a little bit rusty, they might not be all that quick like their old self. But what I have to say is that they need to have some sort of like preparatory games or matches, maybe some bouts with other fighters. There are some that are just maybe not as much of a big deal, where you get yourself ready. But of course, it's always bound to attract attention. But in terms of the kind of fight or the quality of fights we were going to get 4 or 5 years ago is obviously going to pale in comparison with the bouts they are supposedly said to have. So if it does happen, yes, it is going to be a big deal in terms of viewership and the money and sponsorship you make from that fight. But in terms of quality, it is not going to be the same.
Okay, well, in terms of quality, it will not be the same. But in terms of viewership, we will be getting that fight we are looking for. That's according to Alex. 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951, or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and number is 0701-933-9962. As we are getting ready to talk about some football, Arsenal fans, you can almost start dancing. It looks like a certain Swedish forward might be playing for you next season, but you have to agree with the side that wears the green and white top and the black shorts at the end of the day. Well, according to reports from Fabrizio Romano today, Arsenal have agreed personal terms with Victor Gyökeres. So Arsenal fans, no longer Šeško. We're hearing Šeško this, Šeško that, Šeško this, Šeško that. But now it looks like it's Gyökeres. That's the man Arsenal look to be going for. Now, do you think they can actually find an agreement with Sporting Lisbon? And, I mean, we'll be taking a look at a lot of things as regards football from the 3 o'clock hour, as I'll be handing you over to the safe hands of Benjamin Mina.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Has VAR made football fairer or just frustrating? Would you keep it, fix it, or bin it completely? Call in, text, or drop us a voice note on 0701 933 9962. That's our WhatsApp and SMS portal. For the calls, the phone line will be open in due course. This is Benjamin Minawachugu on mic 1. Make no mistake, this is still Today Sports Live, but the football side of things on your premium news and talk station, Today 95.1 FM in the heart of Port Harcourt. Why should VAR stay? Let's be honest. Before VAR, how many times have we screamed at our screens over a blattered handball or a mistake or a missed offside? VAR gets the big call right, the big calls right, especially goals, penalties, and offsides. It reduces referees' bias, intentional or not, rather. In high-stake games, the World Cup final, the Champions League knockout, a bad decision can change a history. Osas, why do fans think VAR should be scrapped?
I don't know if if you say fans, if you're speaking of you're speaking the minds of all fans in the world of football, because
your mind is going to Arsenal.
One thing with it's not basically Arsenal. Yes, if you look at referee errors, I think it was released yesterday. Referee errors for the just concluded season in the English Premier League. Arsenal had the better share of it. They didn't have any. They didn't go under, if it has to do with operations from the doctors who say under the knife, they didn't go under the bad peg of referees. Yes, it was even Aston Villa, Newcastle at some point in time that did get the wrong share of it also. I wouldn't be saying Arsenal fans, but yeah, in life, whatever you find, every time you have those who go for it and those who go against it. So whether VAR is here to do a good job to contribute positively to football, you still have those that will say we don't want the VAR, we don't want the video assistant referee, we just want to have football the way it used to be. But that does not change the fact that VAR has come in to improve what we have in football. There's one thing about life: whatever technology stands to get imputed, there is always that improvement that is expected from it. What's technology? First of all, the application of science in making sure that life becomes better. Yes, so in football also, we are applying science. It's not just video assistant referee alone. We've seen the balls these days get empowered with chips. We've seen the goal line technology. We've seen cameras tagged to players. These days we have multiple cameras tagged to players. All is to make sure that the game of football becomes very good. So if you say VAR should not be there, would you say they should take out the chips from the balls? Would you say the cameras that you have on the players should be removed? These days now we see cameras tagged to the referees for us to see how it looks like from the referee's point of view. And we have a lot of persons who have watched the Club World Cup saying, wow, this is a good and welcome development, because it even away from seeing how the referees see these things happen on the pitch of play. We get this, for those of us who play console games, we get these FIFA 2025 view whenever it's switched to the referee's body camera. Yeah, we get that view whenever we see it, and it brings that buzz, it brings that liveliness into the game of football. For the video assistant referee, yes, there are some times that you have some of those calls that tends to boil your adrenaline, that tends to go the other way around, and you say, the video assistant referee has done it wrong. But that doesn't change the fact that they are here to improve what we have when it has to do with football. Yeah, from time to time there are going to be times, or there are going to be openings where improvements will come in, most especially in the time wasting. Yes, this needs to be looked in so that it doesn't stop that free flow, it doesn't stop that how would I put it right now, it doesn't stop that continuous balls, that high tenseness in football, because you cannot take it away. That's one of the beauty of football. Sometimes where you have teams, for example, the game we saw yesterday between Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich, at a point it looked so heated up that Bayern Munich, most especially where the red card was given to Hernandez. That was the second red card. The first one was given to Pacho, and now Hernandez, the second red card. Yes, it was now like everything had to be turned on Paris Saint-Germain. It looked so glaring that the goal was going to come. So imagine when the video assistant referee gets to stop and ask everybody to hold on while we check for what's happening for donkey minutes and all of that. It tends to pour water, it tends to dampen that eagerness when it has to do with the game. So these are areas where the video assistant referee system has to be looked into. Timing, it has to be looked into, then making sure that some of those little errors, there's that proper synergy between the referee at the center, that's the center referee, and whatever is coming from the video assistant referee, then making sure that their calls are very, very much on point. Their calls are top notch when it has to do with transparency, when it has to do with perfection. It is top notch, but these are going to take some time. It's going to take some time. It doesn't change the fact that the video assistant referee has done more good in football than it has done more harm. And in the usual way, I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince and not confuse you that the video assistant referee should be here to stay. Okay,
if you're just tuning in, this is Today Sports Live, the marathon edition, football side of things. You can actually send us text message on 0701-933-9962. That's our WhatsApp and SMS portal. We are talking about the VAR, video assistant referee. Do you think it should be scrapped or it should remain? Or do you think it should be fixed? Now, Alex, let me come to you. Now, do you think there should be a reform in VAR in terms of time limit, where if the decision is not clear in 30 seconds, we stick with the on-field decision, like just like tennis. With you know how tennis goes, where you have to contest the decision and it's time bound. And then the second question is, do you think players should actually challenge, just like like tennis challenges, like we just saw Pavlichenko and on our screen there, Kaftal, where they had a challenge? So do you think there should be a reform in terms of time? Because you could see a decision, something could happen on the pitch and it takes like 4, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Do you think that kills the morale of the game, the intensity of the game? So do you think there should be a reform in terms of the time bound? If the referee cannot get it in 30 seconds or 1 minute, the on-field decision should stand. Do you think that should be the case?
Well, I definitely think that there should be a reform. I don't think, in terms of a footballing sense, I don't think it would be very practicable to refer to the on-field decision immediately after 30 seconds. What I do have to say about the VAR is, for the fans, it is not a great watch when we have to wait 8 to 10 minutes for VAR to make one decision. But at the end of the day, for the players, especially if that decision turns out to be the right one, it is justified. maybe the time can be reduced. I don't know if there's a way they could make the checks a bit quicker. There is no reason why for an offside decision or a foul, you go through the cameras, replay, and after 5 minutes, you still call the ref over to the on-screen monitor. There is no reason why it should take that long. And then the ref will go over to the on-field monitor and will still go ahead to spend another 3 to 5 minutes before giving a decision. The first thing they have done in terms of, curtailing some kind of, let's say, decisions that are 50-50 is the referee returning to announce his call, returning to at least say, okay, this is what I saw. Now, the body cam was meant to give us a perspective from the referee's view, from his viewpoint, and now him returning to announce it is also going to, yesterday we saw some of his decisions when he came back. I think it was Anthony Taylor. When he came back, he's always a man of controversy. So he came back and his decision to not award Bayanda last minute penalty was met with a lot of boos. And all the fans were like, what is this after taking that long? So we understand their frustration. It is a hard watch for us, the fans, to have to wait that long. It is also putting more strain and more tension on the players because they already know as soon as that board comes up for additional minutes, you're seeing 12, you're seeing 14, and even as much as 15 minutes being added on. So
like the FIFA World Cup in Saudi Arabia, where you have to play 15-20 minutes extra time.
Extra time. So they already know what is going to come up. I think they also expect it. So in terms of reforming it, they definitely need to do their checks faster. They are implementing decisions to make it faster. I can never be on the side of scrap VAR because we saw very key decisions that knocked opponents out. We've seen England will argue that they would have probably won probably a World Cup or Euros or something if that ball that had clearly crossed the line.
Frank Lampard.
Then the next thing, I think after that year they brought in the goal line technology.
Yeah,
we've seen several incidents like in other leagues, in major leagues, that's at 2013, 2014, 2015 before the introduction of VAR. Once a goal is scored, a goal is scored. We already know that there is not going to be any check. There's nothing. All the referee needs is confirmation. Look to his linesman. As soon as he has looked, no flag, nothing.
That's a goal.
Back to line. There is no review. There is no check. And then when you're replaying it, you're seeing a clear offside. But there's nothing you can do about it. So the VAR has definitely fixed that problem for us. Can they make it quicker? Yes, they can. But like Osas said, with technology, there will always be those for it. There will always be those against it. I will support the motion of a reform, but I don't think it has to be 30 seconds. 30 seconds and then stick to on-field decision sounds it sounds very ridiculous. Sorry to say.
When I'm saying the 30 seconds, it's just
does VR actually take that amount of time? It doesn't really take much.
It doesn't take that long.
It doesn't
to
take
decide.
Okay, let's look at the will you say the freshest incidents? We look at the game yesterday between PSG and Bayern.
Yeah.
William Pacho's record. How long most of the delay was from Pacho arguing or the PSG players arguing.
But we've seen the just concluded season where
didn't take time.
Where VR gets to check a particular incident for more than 4 minutes.
It depends. I think sometimes it depends on what they are actually looking at or actually looking for. Sometimes it could be a handball scenario. Are we sure it touched the sleeve?
Yeah.
Because maybe the ball, it's not like it was a firm hit. It was like it brushed. Are we sure it was the sleeve rule? Because especially when it goes, if it's the sleeve rule, it will stand as a goal. But if it's so sometimes, okay, what about if a situation it brushes here? So it's not a clear on hit on contact. It's more of a brush. So they're trying to be sure if that contact actually existed. And usually they make it up or they make up for it with the injury time.
Yeah. My point is, the question is this: do you think that VAR should have a limited time? Let's say that should be for Henry. Okay. Now, do you think when it is 2 minutes maximum, you don't get to check? We take the on-field decision.
No, there is a time and phase of play situation as regards VAR. That was reviewed because there was a senior which game. I think it involved Manchester United also. There was a sort of review phase, like it had passed that phase of play, so the referee couldn't go back to it again. And people shouted like, what is the VAR or need of VAR being there if there is a phase of play review and blah blah and all that? Now, if there was a foul, Okay, let me bring a situation. Remember the whole penalty incident against South Africa in the semi-final of the AFCON?
Yes.
Why that was allowed, or why they brought it back? Because it was still in the same phase of play.
Yes.
We caught the ball, went to score, so our goal was cancelled and the ball came back for the penalty. But now, you're not talking about a situation.
No, you're not getting the question correctly. It's not about the phase of play, the time. I'm talking about the time the referee gets to spend looking at the monitor.
Yeah. But you're trying as much as possible to.
Do you think that time should be do you think we need to have a limited time? Let's say 2 minutes maximum. If the ref cannot make a decision, if the VAR cannot make a decision, then the on-field decision should stand.
If you're given a limited time, that means you're putting more pressure on the referee, and the referee may end up making more mistakes. Or making mistakes.
That is true.
The fact that even as much as VR makes it easier, the fact that they're looking at or using VR, they're under pressure to make sure they make the right decision, because you'll be scrutinized heavily. Because after you're looking at the ones or looking at the screen, remember the whole Luis Diaz and Tottenham issue, how the PGMOL and the referees had to come out seriously apologize, because that was a catastrophic error. That was a huge error. It's an error that should not have happened. So because you're given the luxury of being able to look at replays, so the referees have to be sure they are making the right decision. That's the thing. So I think putting a time limit on that adds more pressure to the already existing pressure of using VR. Some people say, what is the pressure of using VR? Go to the screen and look. But there is pressure, because if you come out and make the wrong decision, we all remember, even yesterday, look at that scenario, the penalty Anthony Taylor called for Bayern Munich. They called him to review, and he had to go and he had to be sure.
And make the right
had
call,
to be sure. They had to be sure that there was no who was it? I think that was Nuno Mendes got the ball before Muller's head got to that ball.
So right now, you think, what are the recommendations you think going into the newly next season? I don't think there's any.
I don't think I have any problem with the review time of VAR so far.
No. Do you think there should be any recommendation to make VAR better going into this season?
The only thing I could say is VAR has to work a little bit faster.
That's the same time.
I've seen videos. Harry, let me just say, I don't know if you've seen these videos that PGM will review and then release at the end of every season.
Yes.
The VAR control room, their microphones on, and all of that.
They do it for Ref Watch every week.
Okay, after every weekend.
Every weekend.
I usually see some at the end of the season. Now, inside the VAR control room, we see an action being replayed. They've checked the penalty. They confirmed it is a penalty. They go back. They're checking the entire play. You understand? Down to maybe a foul at the back.
No, they have to start from the exact phase, because okay, what about if there was a penalty but there was a foul in the build up? So that means that foul negates the penalty.
Yeah.
So they have to be sure. And that's part of what VAR does. So imagine now there's a Tim Benjamin is playing against Tim Henry.
Yeah.
Tim Benjamin steals the ball from Tim Henry and scores. But in the process of Tim Benjamin stealing the ball from Tim Henry, there was a stamp on my player's leg that should have been a foul, and they get the penalty. And that happened. Let's say that happened
a minute ago.
Let's say a minute ago, but the ball had not gone out of play or gone out of phase.
Okay.
So I mean, they will have to call back to that, or it was in your own box or just outside your own box. So they have to go back. It's just like the Nigeria South Africa.
Yeah.
How it happened and blah blah blah. It's almost like the same thing, because they have to be sure. They have to be sure, because even what brought that around or brought about that is the fact that they were reviewing the Osimhen goal and they had to go back and check from there. So that's just how VAR works. Because if you don't do it properly, everybody will feel aggrieved. Everybody will begin to shout. People will begin to shout Ojoro. Let me look up.
So Henry, what you're saying is no reform on the time, and
no, I don't think, because they do it quickly. Do we actually notice the difference? 30 seconds at most, 1 minute, they are done. Do we actually
sometimes it takes long.
Do we actually? I think
you've seen games when
it depends on the
review.
It depends
about 4 minutes.
It depends.
They call
I think there were only 1 or 2 situations where that happened last season. Most times, you're talking about 70. Definitely there will be 1 or 2 decisions or reviews that will take time, depending on what actually happened. You're checking the gravity of a stamp, whether it's worthy of a red card.
Yeah.
I stamp you. The referee gives a yellow card. They look at it. Even some of those things don't take time. If the stud is as high as the thigh, the referee gives a yellow card, they look and they review it, just tell the referee, go and check, or it should be a red card. We think this should be a red card, but just for clarity's sake, for your own point of view, go and check. Most times that's what they do, and the referee goes, he checks, he sees it, and they replay. And so most times 2 minutes, best case scenario, worst case scenario. But yeah, sometimes it happens as depending on what actually transpired or the decision that they have to make at that point in time. Because let's not forget, VAR decisions are very critical to the game. They affect the trajectory of a game, and some of those issues also as well. Let's not forget offside scenarios. Thank God the semi-automated offside is now there.
Yeah,
in split seconds, so that cuts a lot of time out. So I think let the VAR keep on doing his job. I don't have any issue with the time.
So you don't think there's any recommendation?
I don't think I have any recommendation as regards the time. Regards the time. I don't have any recommendation. I think those time or the little time you lose with VAR or time cuts you lose with VAR, make up for those time cuts by bringing in rules to stop players from wasting time. Thank God the goalkeeper rule is there now. 8 seconds.
Yeah, 8 seconds. You get corner kick.
So thank God it's there now. So goalkeepers will not go and die on top of the ball. So sorry for if that statement sounded insensitive, but you get what I'm saying. Goalkeepers will not waste unnecessary undue amount of time on the ball. If not, it's a corner. You're putting your team under risk. So they need to do more things like that. Even as regards throw-ins, they need to find more time, because even without VAR, there are some games, the average football game, I'm talking about 15 minutes is actually being played before.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have to do a lot more to cut back time. It's not just VAR that is eating time. VAR is barely even eating any time. You can stay a whole game, you don't have VAR for anything. VAR will just, all the goals that have been scored in a game, everybody sees it. Even without VAR, that's if he cancel this goal. But it will start, and there's no control.
Sometimes at the same time, VAR sometimes in some games are being used too much. I want to cite this PSG versus Arsenal second leg in the Champions League.
Yeah.
That penalty incident.
Yeah.
PSG had the penalty. Plenty of people might have forgotten, but they did have a penalty that was missed. It was part. I think Vitinha missed the penalty. No, it was Vitinha. It was Vitinha, the 2-1 win at Parc des Princes. Now it feels like exactly, and a lot of people seem to tend to forget. Now, what happened with that penalty incident was that I think it was Hakimi drove into the box, hit the arm of this guy that is set to leave Arsenal.
Thomas Partey.
No, the defender.
Tomiyasu.
Is it Tomiyasu?
Tomiyasu has just left Arsenal.
This one is reportedly set to leave. Was the third fiddle? His name. The Polish. Kiwior. He hit Kiwior's arm.
Yeah.
And there was no call. Hakimi kept on moving. The PSG players kept on moving. Arsenal advanced with the ball. That was, I think, in the 65th minute. They called VAR. VAR called the referee in the 68th minute to review that. Arsenal did not protest. PSG did not protest. There is no reason for you to review the penalty, because even the players are seeing that there is no need for it. I'm just saying, even the
if you're a science person, they'll tell you like action and all these things. You will not see that sort of thing sometimes. But that's the work of VAR, because almost as they're watching the game, they're replaying, they're reviewing a lot of it, especially where the incidents where they feel that something actually didn't go right, or there might be a possibility of something or something foul happening there. They will look at it, especially when like a red card, or if it's an attack in the box and it felt like it hit a body. They review it even when the game goes on. Now, why it feels like that was bad, because 3 minutes after, if the ball had gone out way earlier, there would have been a pause and the referee would have had the chance to review. But I think the play went on for way too long, and the face had not even passed. That was the funny thing. I remember the incident now. The face had not passed. So they just had to tell the referee, Baba, go and check that. Stop the play. But I think where they have to do this thing faster, maybe if after a minute that face hasn't passed and the ball is still within play, pause the game. We've seen scenarios whereby the game is paused. The referee pauses it and says he wants to go check the monitor. We've seen it. So I think maybe with their own interpretation in that PSG game, they didn't do well. Like, even as much as they're using VR, it's still down to the individuals themselves, human beings. So I could look at something in the VR room. Benjamin is the on-field official, and I tell him, say, Baba, go and check that thing. Something is not right here. It looks like there's a potential penalty there. Go and look at it. So Benjamin can decide immediately, within 30 seconds, 1 minute after it happened, pause the game and go and check it even while the ball is in play. But whatever happened during the Arsenal game happened, and that's down to the officials. I think that's down to the officials. So I think maybe in that sense, maybe you can bring in a sort of little
compromise.
or
Like
compromise.
you let them play on. I felt like it was used a bit unjustly in that particular sense, because not only had play progressed, but I felt like nobody was calling for it. It felt like VAR just wanted to steal the show at that particular point. People call it making it all about yourself. I understand where Henry is coming from, but then at the same time, I'm saying that it is those instances that shows VAR's inconsistencies, their incapabilities. I am all for VAR. I've been a huge supporter of VAR since it came in, but it needs some brushing up. It does need some brushing up. So if it has those little moments where it tends to show those minor leakages in their game, then they clearly need a reform.
Okay, VAR clearly needs a reform. We are asking today, has VAR made football fairer or just frustrating? Would you keep it, fix it, or bin it completely? Send in a text on our WhatsApp and SMS portal on 0701 933 9962. I take the number slowly. 0701 933 9962. This is Benjamin Minawachuku on mic 1. And it is today's Sports Live, the marathon edition, the football side of things. Okay, we are back on the show. The Wimbledon is still going on. Nicolas Jarry losing the first set to Cameron Norrie 6-3. They are still on the second set. On our screens is Pavlyuchenkova against Epkatel. Pavlyuchenkova winning the first set 7-6 was a tiebreaker, and then she's she's winning the second set 4-3. Okay, so the game between for the African Women's Nations Cup, the game between Senegal and Congo is in the 27 minutes. Senegal winning 3-0 there in the first half. Meanwhile, let's talk about the Ballon d'Or at this point in time. Okay, let's talk about the Ballon d'Or. Now, for many people that are just tuning in, you ask, what is the Ballon d'Or? The Ballon d'Or is a prestigious annual football award by French football, given to the best individual male and female footballer over a season. Now, the separate award includes men Ballon d'Or, women's Ballon d'Or, Copa Trophy for the best under-21 player, Yashin Trophy for the best goalkeeper. Now, let's look at the criteria for this. Before you win this award, let's look at the criteria. As per French Football Update guidelines. Now, the first is it's an individual award. What they look at is the goals, assists, saves, and consistency. Now, the big moments like match winners, hat-trick, slicky performances, teams' achievement, domestic titles, continental trophies like the Champions League, Copa Libertadores, and international honors like the Euros, and then the Copa America. Players' class and fair play, leadership, influence, sportsmanship, and respect. Now, the player's legacy, not just stats, how the player influenced the game globally. Now, let's note this. It's an important note. As part of recent years, the award is based on European football season. That's August to May, not the calendar year. Now, who are the 2025 nominees? Let's look at, we have Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane, Kylian Mbappe, Rafinha, and Yamin Lamar, to just shorten the list. Now, the question here today is, Alex, let me start with you. Should individual matter should individual trophies matter more than individual brilliance?
Well, in terms of individual awards,
Yeah.
it speaks more in terms of what not only the fans but also your fellow players see as on the pitch.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of individual performances, I mean, they are almost interlinked, they are almost intertwined. If we look at this season, Mohamed Salah, we would say he was the best player in the Premier League.
Yeah.
The Players and Fans Association, Players and PFA awards.
Yeah.
Everything is looking towards Mohamed Salah. The Premier League Player of the Season was already awarded to Mohamed Salah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it is very obvious. That's why I tend to think most times they are intertwined.
Yeah.
Now, if we go over to the La Liga, Kylian Mbappe was the highest goal scorer. He was not the player of the season.
Yeah.
It was given to Rafinha. Because of how influential Rafinha was in Barca's title in, I think, their first in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So if we go around each and every of this league, we'd see something almost similar. Ousmane Dembele and PSG.
Yeah.
We'd go to Napoli, McTominay and of course Napoli, and we are seeing something similar in all of them, maybe except Germany with Florian Wirtz. If we come to UEFA, the highest goal scorer was Rafinha.
Yes.
The highest assist provider was also Rafinha. The best player of the tournament was, who was it again?
Champions League best player.
Champions League player of the tournament. Was it them? It was Dembele. It was Dembele.
Yeah.
So that accolade has gone to him.
Yeah.
But in terms of individual performances, in terms of ratings, Rafinha was the highest rated player in the Champions League last season.
Okay.
So what exactly we've seen in the other instances I mentioned, it can be intertwined.
Yeah.
But then at some times when it is split apart, it tends to cause this bit of disrupt, and then you have two opposing sides. This one is saying, hey, mostly fans of maybe a club or a certain player, and this one is also gunning for their own player. So I mean, in terms of answering that question, I think at the end of the day, you have to go with the individual performances on the pitch. Their criteria, one of their criteria, the only reason why I think I'll permit it is because they did say that their criteria, one of their criteria for winning the Ballon d'Or was individual performances in decisive matches. We like to think of decisive matches as big games. You have to show up in the big games. Rafinha did enough of that.
Yes.
Dembele did enough of that, but towards the end of the season, January, and towards Mohamed Salah did that. It was all Salah from the start of the season to December, or let's say January. That was all Mohamed Salah. So if he carried on with that form and Liverpool added maybe a trophy or two, I don't think there's anyone that would be more deserving than him. So we've gone past it now, and now we are beginning to look at the fact that not only has Dembele started turning up in the huge games, he's influencing them more. He's picking up the individual trophies too. He's picking up the team trophies too. We can't look past him. But then at the same time, you're also looking at someone with better numbers, more goals, more assists, more influence in games. A hat-trick against Bayern Munich. I mean, 3 goals and assists versus Inter Milan in the semi-finals. Who else? Against Dortmund, he assisted away, and he created the goal for Lamine. He scored one, set up Lewandowski. He was having enough numbers to back up his claim. He got to a semi-final. We've seen Lionel Messi. He got knocked out by Liverpool, still won UEFA Player of the Year. Because of the shift he put in. He was most chances created, most goals, all of that. So in terms of that UEFA award, there will always be question marks. Dembele did enough to probably stake his claim, but almost everyone would say, in terms of what we saw on the game, in terms of decisive matches, it should have been Rafinha. But then, if we do give Rafinha that individual award, it alters the shape of how the Ballon d'Or is going to end up with. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it is very confusing. If you try to explain this, there is always going to be a lot of controversy, because everybody will bring out the rules and say, according to this. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it is going to go to the one who deserves it the most. That is what I believe in. But in answer to your question, I think individual performances. We watch football with our eyes. We are seeing it. We don't need to see rating where somebody will come and win man of the match. They said Estevao was man of the match versus Chelsea. What did he play apart from the goal? I have been asking this question. Kopama was much influential.
In that
Kopama
game.
created chances. He scored a beautiful goal, and he was always on the pitch blocking up.
Estevao played well.
Harry, Estevao did not show much about. I have to commend Chelsea's defense that day. They did very well because I've always seen their defense as a shaky situation.
Yeah.
That day they did enough to hide the gaps.
Chelsea put in a
and
good
then
shift.
even the goal, it came from nowhere. I mean, how did he pick up that ball? And I think a very, very tight angle and squeeze it in.
Yeah.
So apart from that goal, he did not show enough. He definitely did not put in more of a shift than Kopama that was on the pitch. I felt like that award should have definitely gone to Kopama. So we are watching football with our eyes. We are seeing who is the best player on the pitch. And then the next thing, the fans will go on a platform and vote for someone else that will end up picking maybe a player of the match. Apart from when it is very obvious, someone bags a hat-trick, someone gets a couple of assists where it is extremely obvious. It is always tending to be a little bit of controversy. Look at United versus Chelsea 2 seasons ago. Garnacho had 2 goals and 1 assist and was named player of the match. Kopama completed a hat-trick in 3 minutes and the man of the match was reversed to him. So that's the example I want to cite. When we are watching...
This voting is usually done from, is it the 70th or 75th, from the 75th minute usually. So it ends about, is it the 85th minute or thereabout. So before then, you do get these things to be announced. So sometimes Kopama did what he did 3 times. So you don't blame because Garnacho looked like the star of that game. We all saw it. That was the 4-3 now, right?
Yeah, the 4-3.
The 4-3
last minute.
Yeah, so we all saw it. So I mean, for that, I could understand when it happened. I understood when it actually happened. That I was like, they had already given this thing to Garnacho. Kopama went on to do this, but they turned it around. But it is what it is. It happens normally. So I think it's not much of a big deal there at the end of the day.
So which one would you say matters more, Henry? Would you say maybe the individual performance? Would you say it matters more? Because on the pitch, everybody says if we use our eyes, if we use eye test, we see people who dazzle. We can say someone like Lamine Yamal. I mean, come on, we all have to agree on this. Lamine Yamal dazzles. He produces enough on the pitch. Maybe he's not extremely influential in games. I believe in terms of influence, Rafinha is more influential in this season Barcelona just had. But in terms of performances, eye-catching performances, Lamine Yamal was a better teammate. Yeah. So where do we draw the line between individual performances and those individual awards that are being handed out? Like I said, most times they're intertwined, but then the rest of the times they are almost always often not intertwined with each other. So we see a case scenario which I've just pointed out, where Rafinha created the most chances, had the most assists, most goals, did not win the UEFA
best
player of the tournament. We saw Dembele finish 6 or 7 goals, which placed him 6th in the goal rankings. Had 3 assists, placed him well under everyone else.
Way down.
Way down. And
but he still find a way to win the best
I still found a way to win it, because so what we are saying is trophies.
You also have to look at the fact that did your performance help your team win a trophy also? Because that's one thing that a lot of people look at. But
that's the same thing we are talking about. Do you think do trophies matters? Do trophies matter more than the individual brilliance?
I think the individual brilliance matters more, but if you win a trophy, it aids. Dembele wasn't fantastic. Rafinha and Yamal were fantastic from the league phase. Dembele wasn't fantastic in the league phase, but from the knockout rounds, Dembele turned up. He stepped up and he turned into an absolute monster. And that's the thing. August to December, by March, people know they really remember August, December well. That's the funny thing. No, I'm telling you, and that's the simple truth. Because a lot of people will not remember that Salah was on fire from August to like January or February. A lot of people tend to forget that. But once by March, April, season's ending, people That like football is cyclical. It's like 3 months. Every 3 months, memory is refreshed. then everybody's now looking, and that's the truth. So I think because of that, it's dropped a lot of people. Salah has dropped. It's brought Dembele up.
Yeah.
It's helped Yamal, because Yamal last year, beginning of last season, was decent, but where Yamal turned up was from January, February. So it sort of puts them up there. So that's the thing. So it's just pick form at the right time and people remember it. But I think for Dembele, what helped him is the fact that he and Congo, they will spell C-O-N-G. It remains one more goal to spell Congo. Then let's see if they'll add
DR later.
I think we have which other thing do we have in this group? They should relax. They will beat Zambia.
This is
They will beat Zambia.
the group between the group that has Zambia,
I mean,
Morocco,
Senegal should
Senegal, and no. If you have any team to beat, if you see any team that want to beat them very well, goal aggregate fee come out.
You don't know, they could luckily get a draw against one of Zambia or Morocco.
Exactly.
I'm not expecting it, but they could luckily get a draw against one of these teams. So beat who you need to beat very well. And the Congolese defense was just flat-footed. I don't understand what was happening. And just two women or two ladies against four other ladies, and they found the back of the net. So you have to say, Congo, where is baptism of fire? Your first experience. So just take it like that. You learn from it.
Okay, the Senegalese women national team have just made it 4-0 against DR Congo women national team. Okay, Osas, we're talking about the Ballon d'Or right now. So I'm now asking, should goalkeepers or defenders get more respect, recognition when it comes to these awards?
Okay. I think when the guys were talking about the Ballon d'Or, I wanted to interject, but I said, okay, let me hold on and just hear things through. The Ballon d'Or that we used to have is different from the Ballon d'Or that we have now. I think the separation point was the Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo era. Yes.
Yeah.
Ballon d'Or before, I remember watching a season where we had Pavel Nedved.
Yeah,
That was
Trump. Yes, that was 2003.
2003-2004 season.
In terms of performance, he trumped everybody. He was exceptional for, that was Juventus.
Juventus.
Then he also did extremely well in the Euros with Czech Republic. Yes. It was just a Pavel Nedved year. There was nothing you could say when it has to do with midfield play, when it has to do with the entire game, that connection between Pavel Nedved was so good, especially for Czech Republic, that when what you just do in Czech was try to defend the ball and win it. If you just win it,
send it to Pavel
center.
Nedved.
As you throw it into the center, there is always a Pavel Nedved, and when he picks up the ball together with Rosicky, Tomasz Rosicky.
No, Tomasz Rosicky was.
Tomasz Rosicky played with Nedved. He was ahead of Nedved in the Czech Republic team.
Yes,
he was a youngster.
Yes, he was a youngster.
Energetic.
Yeah, he was a youngster.
So once you give Nedved the ball, Nedved carried the entire midfield. He did something so spectacular with Czech Republic that the likes of Tomasz Rosicky, so young at that period, they had this aura with them that as far as there is a Nedved in this game, we are winning it. I think there was a point, was it in the UEFA Champions League with Juventus? He got injured, and that was where Juventus lost it all. So you could see performances speak so loud. Nedved did not score crazy number of goals that season.
No,
he wasn't. We also saw in 2004 there was Andrei Shevchenko. Yes, Shevchenko had the goals, but the performances spoke more
for AC
than
Milan.
the goals. Yes, for AC Milan. We had the year for 2005. Ronaldinho, he didn't score as much as Samuel Eto'o feels.
Yeah.
But when it comes to performances, when it comes to who dictates the game, you can never forget the 2005 UEFA Champions League between Barcelona and Arsenal. You could see the imprint of Ronaldinho in that particular game. And we had so many games that year that also had the reflection of Ronaldinho in each and every one of them. So it was all about how well you performed.
2005, 2010, Wesley Schneider.
Wesley Schneider, that was in. It's Lionel Messi who won it in 2010.
No, I'm
Wesley
talking about players that put in the shift and didn't get it.
I'm trying to look at the era where you putting in the shift, the performances spoke louder than the number of goals you had. Yes,
Okay.
Zizou in that was. In 1998, Zizou was there.
That was in Juventus.
Yes, he was in Juventus then. Then it was due to the 1998 France World Cup
France
that
98.
gave him. We saw a year in 2000, Luis Figo.
Yeah,
the goals are not there, but Luis Figo's imprint was. I'm just calling most of these years. Even Ronaldo de Lima in 2002, yeah, he had the goals quite all right, but you could see his performances. Yeah, but when it got to 2008. Where we started seeing much of Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, it looked like there was that paradox shift. Now, before that 2008, in 2006, Fabio Cannavaro won it.
Yeah, Fabio Cannavaro.
That was the last, excuse me, that was the last
That's after the World
defender.
Cup. That was the last defender to win it.
2006 World Cup, yes.
Yes.
Where Italy won the World Cup.
Yeah,
I think defeating France, was it in the final?
In the final.
Yes, on penalties.
Yeah.
So, you could see that I think that was the last defender to come close to it since 2006 till now. You're counting 19 years gone by. You see that we are not having defenders who have exception.
Virgil van Dijk came close, but didn't win it.
To win. Which year did Van Dijk come close?
That was I think 2019.
Was it 2018 or
2018-2019 season.
And it was a Lionel Messi who won it that season.
Yeah.
Now, that was the last defender to win this. Does it mean we have not had defenders who have been exceptional? No, we've had defenders who have been exceptional.
Yeah.
Does it mean we've not had goalkeepers who have been exceptional? If you're talking about defenders, Sergio Ramos, that should be 2018 season, should have. If you're talking about defenders, Dani Carvajal should have had a shot.
Dani Carvajal,
yes, that was last season. So, if you're also looking at goalkeepers, yes, going forward, Manuel Neuer has been there.
Yeah, Manuel Neuer has been
Casillas
has been there.
Jan Oblak has been there.
Oblak has been there.
So
Gianluigi Buffon.
Gianluigi Buffon has been there. Jan Sommer has also been there at some point in time. But so I think it's just because of what we have put in right now as the requirements or the grading factor for the Ballon d'Or, which is keep pushing in those number of goals, keep having those number of goals, and if it continues like that, I don't think we're going to be seeing anytime soon where players who are not forward players win the Ballon d'Or. So it's more or less like the odds have shifted in favor of players who face the goalkeepers and the net of their opposition at all times, because they have the duty to get the goals going forward. For the midfielders, it's now if you must win the Ballon d'Or, you must also try to see how to put in goals. Yeah,
add goals to your game.
Rodri, yes, add goals to the game. Rodri, Mudryk, Luka Modric are two midfielders that have won it.
Modric didn't score. He didn't score as many goals.
But he scored about 11 goals. But you know what it is for 11 goals for a midfielder. 11 goals for a midfielder. So the goals are still.
Compared to what a lot of people did. It was all about his influence from Modric that season and what he did with Real Madrid, and they lifted the Champions League then with Croatia in the World Cup. It was more of, it wasn't about the goals for Modric, because in the World Cup, the Modric actually, he scored against Nigeria, he scored the penalty against Nigeria.
Yeah, about three goals in that
World Cup. Modric didn't score much that season. In the La Liga, I just had about 7 goals or 6 goals in the La Liga, which is nothing when you look at goal returns for. I think for Modric, it was one of those situations when you look at the likes of when Zizou and Nedved will win the Ballon d'Or. It's not about the goals; it was more about the influence the player had on the team. Rodri last year was another example of that.
Yeah,
it was more about the influence Rodri had for the Manchester City side. So I think I think that has to be it for me as regards that. I know goals are playing a major role in deciding these things, because goals win you games, and let's tell you the truth, we were spoilt. We were seriously spoilt with what Ronaldo and Messi. It's bonkers.
Sorry to cut you. See, look at the stadium in Morocco.
Just calm down. You cannot do more than yourself. Just calm down. You can just calm down. You're in Nigeria. Just accept where you are first. The first.
How can you be? You're in Nigeria. Accept what you see.
The first point to have a breakthrough is acceptance. So let's just accept it and let's move on. Let's just move on. There's no need. They're building a 115,000 seater stadium for the 2034 World Cup. We can't even maintain National Stadium Abuja. Let's just calm down. It's okay. Just keep quiet. If you think I'm too much, you know, go sleep. So like I was saying, we were spoiled by Ronaldo and Messi because I mean somebody who scored 50 La Liga goals, the next person will come and score 51. It was bonkers. That's not normal. It's not even aliens will look at you and say we have to take these two for specimen testing and do whatever they need to do if they to come to this earth. So I mean it wasn't normal. So I think that's one thing that has spoiled and clouded judgment as regards or one of the reasons why people are now seriously looking at goals. And although how do you judge a striker as goals? Yeah. Then trophies, they did both. That was the sad thing. It's not like they were scoring and they were not winning. They were scoring and they were winning. So they were winning trophies. So it just felt like the trophies were the best way to separate both of them. That's the thing. So this year Messi will win 3, Ronaldo will win 1. Give it to Messi. This year Ronaldo will win 3, Messi will win 1. Give it to Ronaldo. Because that became literally the only way to separate both of them. Because if you look at the numbers, you aggregate all the goals, they literally matched. So just use the goals, just use the trophies as I think that's why trophies are now so much at the forefront of everything. Now it's not like trophies haven't always been important. I mean, 2002, De Lima was literally out for almost all the season or most of the season with Inter Milan that time, but he came to the World Cup, scored
Korea Japan.
Yeah, was it 6 or 7 goals he scored in Korea Japan. And Brazil won the World Cup and he was given the Ballon d'Or and all that, and the FIFA World Footballer of the Year, all that. So I think it's about finding the balance. The criteria is there, but like I said, at the end of the day, it's still also down to human rationale and thinking. That's the thing. That's another factor you have to look at. It's down to human rationale and thinking. I felt Vinicius deserved the Ballon d'Or last year, but Rodri won it. I had a bit of an issue with it, but sometimes when I think back and look at Rodri's performance, I'm also like, Rodri was also fantastic at the end of the day. So can you necessarily fault him too much or fault it too much being given to Rodri? No.
I have something to say about that Rodri incident. I mean, for those of you who would always listen, I've always been on the end of the fact that as much as Rodri, everybody feels like it was undeserved, I feel like there was no clear favorite to win the Ballon d'Or last season. There was Bellingham in the early stages of last season, like he was always turning up. And then the next thing we saw Vinicius. Then towards the end of the season, I would say Rodri had a stronger end to the season. Why? Because of the Spain national team and because of the way Brazil went out. Vinicius recorded no goals, no assists. They went out in horrible fashion. So in terms of who had the better ending to the season, Rodri did. Rodri did more with the Spanish team towards the end of the season. Vinicius and Brazil, the way they got out, the way he recorded his performance at the Copa America was... So in terms of the ending to the season, which is what Henry said, in 3 months, most of our mind seems to refresh, especially when it concerns the football calendar. Almost everybody forgot what Bellingham was or how big of a deal he was in his first 3-4 months at Real Madrid. He was the front runner by far. So in terms of that Ballon d'Or, I don't think there was a standout winner. I think if Rodri won it, we'll be okay, which he did. If Vinicius won it, we'd still be okay. And if Bellingham had also won it, everyone would still be okay. That's what I mean when I say there was no standout clear favorite. Maybe Vinicius a little bit, but there's still Rodri, there's still Bellingham. You cannot give it to a clear. And I feel that's how we need to accept this Ballon d'Or is going to be like, because we are no longer dealing with the era of Messi and Cristiano.
Okay, we are no longer dealing with the era of Messi and Ronaldo. Well, we are talking about VAR. We talked about VAR. Has VAR made football fairer or just frustrating? Would you keep it, fix it, or bin it? Do you have any, what's it called now? Do you have a recommendation for VAR? Meanwhile, you can actually text or send a WhatsApp message on 0701 933 9962. I take that number again, this time slowly. 0701 933 9962. As for the phone lines, they are officially open on 0810 9510 951. What's your take on VAR? And then for the Ballon d'Or, we are talking about the Ballon d'Or. Do you think the goalkeepers and the defenders, do you think they need more recognition? Hello, good evening. Hello.
Good FM.
Yeah, good evening.
FM.
Yes, good evening. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Uche. I call you from Alo.
Uche from Alo.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go on with your contribution.
I have your
2-1 winners over Palmeiras. Then for Paris Saint-Germain, PSG beats Bayern Munich 2-0. PSG with 2 red cards there. Meanwhile, Real Madrid were 3-2 winners over Borussia Dortmund. Okay, you can send a WhatsApp message or an SMS to the number 0701 933 9962. I take that number slowly, 0701 933 9962. For the phone lines, 0810 950 9510 951, 0810 951 0951. That's the number for the phone line. Osas, do you think African players should get more recognition in terms of the Ballon d'Or?
It's your performance that will bring about your recognition. It's not if we feel African players. How well have African players been faring when it has to do with even the Mohamed Salah? Yes, Mohamed Salah. Yeah, Mohamed Salah.
Samuel Eto'o.
He had Samuel Eto'o during his days.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine, let's look at Samuel Eto'o during his days. You also had other players. Was Samuel Eto'o better than Ronaldinho in 2005?
Eto'o scored more goals.
What was the influence in that team? That team was dragged by, that Barcelona team was dragged basically by Ronaldinho. When it has to do with continental performances, I know 2005 we didn't have any of the continental showpiece or global showpieces in the world of football, but whenever it gets to those years, how much do Africans put in? Very little. So you just have a little, one or two African players that can stand the test of time, give in or push in performance. For example, Mohamed Salah, at the beginning of this season, the shouts were there for Mohamed Salah to win the Ballon d'Or, or would I call it the first quarter of the season, or by December we were all saying it was going to be Mohamed Salah. But you could see how things turned around. How many players did we have coming through after we returned into the year 2025? Salah first of all missed out on the FA Cup, which did reduce the number of chances that he's going to be having to winning trophies, and it followed suit with the UEFA Champions League, and all of a sudden the dream of winning the Ballon d'Or just went up in the air like smoke. You could see that it's quite obvious, it's a clear case. If you want to compare Mohamed Salah and Ousmane Dembele at this point, if you want to compare Mohamed Salah and most likely Rafinha at this point, there's a huge gap between both of them. So that's the thing. African players need to start performing outrightly. We had Sergio Guirassy at some point in time with the goals, but how well when it has to do with that comparison? So African players need to keep themselves.
But you have to look at it. Funny enough, with all Salah has played, Salah has never been nominated into the top 3. Even the season when he came to the Premier League and Liverpool got to the Champions League finals, Griezmann came third that year. Salah did not even make it into the top 3.
Griezmann
The only African
which year was that?
That was 2018.
2018.
Yes.
What happened in 2018 in the World Cup?
France won the World Cup. Don't get me wrong. Okay, but Cristiano Ronaldo won the Champions League. But okay, we're talking about trophies exceeded. Salah was arguably the best player, minus Luka Modric. Salah was arguably the most informed player that season in world football.
Which season was that?
That was the 2017-2018 season.
That's what I'm saying.
He broke the most goals in a single season in the Premier League by a player before Alan came and broke it. That was about 33 goals that season, if memory serves me right. And in the Champions League, man hits double figures, but he still couldn't get into the top three. The only African that has been able to do that in recent years is actually Sadio Mane in 2022, and that was the first African that was since George Weah did it in 1995. Even Eto'o was confused. Eto'o was actually FIFA World Footballer of the Year when he came. Was he second or third to Ronaldinho in 2005? Or was he?
Yeah, he was
second.
No,
he was third. Frank Lampard was second.
Yes,
yeah.
2005. Where he made the statement, if I was Eto'o, where that statement came out, if I had a Dino at the end of my name, I would have probably won this. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like,
did Eto'o come to? Eto'o did not.
2019.
No, it was Thierry Henry.
It was.
No, I'm not talking about the Ballon d'Or. I'm not talking about
the FIFA best player
of the year.
Yes, he came in second.
So I mean, when last did we? I know some people say African, which African players have been, but Drogba, Eto'o, although some people ask, did they do enough to actually be considered within that level?
Because basically, you talked about 2018. Let's look at 2018. That was a World Cup year. Luka Modric had an exceptional season with Real Madrid. Then also had a beauty in the FIFA World Cup, owing to the fact that his presence was very much there for Croatia as he took them to the finals of that 2018 World Cup. That was one of the reasons why he won it. Cristiano Ronaldo won the UEFA Champions League with Luka Modric and also put in the numbers. Remember, I think he was the highest goal scorer in the UEFA Champions League in that year. Yeah, Mohamed Salah had double figures in the UEFA Champions League, had good results in the English Premier League. But did he win the English Premier League title in 2018? No. I think it was Manchester City that won it.
Yes.
So he did not win it. Your numbers not enough cannot put you on.
Okay, but you made a case for Pavel Nedved.
Yes,
so I don't make a case.
I made a case for Pavel Nedved. Let's go back to that year when Nedved won it. Nedved won it in 2003. There was a Thierry Henry in that mix. There was a Paolo Maldini. Look at those players that came up with Pavel Nedved in that year. I don't know how I can't really place my hands now how far Juventus went in the UEFA Champions League, but it is quite obvious that Arsenal did not win the UEFA Champions League, because if they had done that, then we would have been looking at a Thierry Henry ahead of Pavel Nedved. It was quite obvious that Arsenal did not win the UEFA Champions League, and that was a year after the 2002 World Cup, which was won by Brazil. So France did not win the World Cup also. Paolo Maldini, same thing. Who won the 2003 UEFA Champions League?
2003 was AC Milan.
2004 Porto. 2005 Liverpool.
So basically, I can't really tell. Was that? Let me see.
2002 was AC Milan. They beat Juve in the final. Some people regard that as one of the draft finals.
Yes, Juve got to the finals. Pavel Nedved had more showings. Paolo Maldini came third because of the fact that they got to the final. So there was no other player that could match Pavel Nedved's performance, both for club and country. That's the reason why he's out there. So you can see it, and it was a phase where performances did speak a lot going forward. But in the era where you have African players, it looked like at every point you had an African player springing up his head. You had multiple heads already up to contend with him. It was like, it could be likened to, I can't pick the year right now for the CAF African Player of the Year, the year that it looked obvious that JJ Okocha was going to win it, but he had so much of contention. There was some Eto'o Fields in that mix. I think there was Didier Drogba in that mix, and he won the BBC African Player of the Year for that year. But when it came to
Bolton then,
yes, when it came to winning the CAF Player of the Year, it looked elusive because there were so many other players that were able to outperform him at that point. So African players need to begin to push their performance to a level where they stay head over heels. over every other person that brings in a contention. There should be no case of yes, there should be no case of would it be him or not. That's one thing that Ronaldo, Cristiano, and Messi did in their time. They made sure that they kept themselves away from others. If you pack the trophy, I'll pack the goals in a way that you cannot overlook me. I can't score 90 plus goals in a season and you overlook me because you won a trophy.
I want to make a statement to that in terms of the fact that I don't feel it is an African thing, Henry. I feel it is more of like a thing of standout excellence, like Osas has just said. Now, what I particularly think about this is, maybe the fact that, okay, let's take Spanish football as an example. If you were being told, like 15 to 20 years back, that Rodri was going to be the only Spanish midfielder in this their golden era of midfielders to win a Ballon d'Or, you would probably not believe it. Iniesta, Xavi, they finished second, third, they interchanged at least 3 to 4 times on the Ballon d'Or podium. They had Cesc Fabregas for a while. We had David Silva. We had an excellence of Spanish midfielders. When Rodri won this award, he dedicated it to every Spanish midfielder who probably should have won it. We do understand. But then at the same time, we are also saying that, just like Osa said, you have to be standouts because there are people that definitely should have won it that did not win it. Would Spain come out and say, okay, we've produced excellent footballer? How is Rodri the only one to have won it so far? We've produced very excellent footballer. I mean, they can also make a claim for that. So I don't think it is particularly an African thing. I don't think they are particularly being overlooked. I think you just have to make more of a statement than every other. And I think in every campaign that you've mentioned for Salah, you can find out that at the end of the day, he fell short in just very vital key areas. So at the end of the day, he did not do enough.
Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. The name is no photocopy, no look, please, from Rumibo.
No photocopy from Rumibo. Please go on with your contribution.
I want to really talk about Ballon d'Or. My first question concerning Ballon d'Or is the criteria. What are the criteria of winning this Ballon d'Or? Because up to today, the whole media house globally has been pointing hand on many things. If you have a good season, if it is World Cup year, if it is this, if it is that, I think to you, the media should push this matter forward in such a way that media globally should relate to those that organize this organization, that they gave us a lot to talk about for years, for many decades now, without something to pinpoint as a criteria of winning the Ballon d'Or. If they tell me that the person that have the highest trophies in that season, or the person that wins everything he plays for, at least is understandable. Not always trying to shift goalposts to favor a particular person. Like last year, no player was outstanding. The only player that was outstanding was a goalkeeper and a defender. If you talk of midfielders and strikers, including Vinicius Jr., who flopped in Copa America, was not outstanding. But they still find way to keep Rodri. So that was the reason I asked that question. And again, there was a year, if you keep counting, the person like Wes Snyder supposed to win the Ballon d'Or.
2010.
Messi or Ronaldo on popularity. 2010, the Spanish national team was a monster. There was something else. The likes of Puyol, Iniesta, Xavi,
Yes.
even Torres did not get it. After winning the World Cup in South Africa, a certain Messi sat at home and won it. So whenever they want to rate a player, it's me angry because the judgment is not. Gomez 15 titles or 5 titles because he played in a Liverpool team. But Harry Kane has 400 goals with 1 title because he played in Tottenham. At the end of the day, they hand over a teamwork to one person and say he's a Ballon d'Or winner without doing anything like the one they did to Rodri. Like some of the Ballon d'Or that Messi and Ronaldo won in the expense of the likes of Wes Snyder, in the expense of the likes of Emmanuel Noah. At a point, Van Dijk is supposed to win it. So I don't recognize a player with Ballon d'Or. I recognize, that is my humble opinion, I recognize players with trophies and titles. Because when we check out those their Ballon d'Or, how many World Cups do they have? Each of them have played World Cup 5 times, 6 times. But they certainly that the Alpes have trophies more than Ronaldo and Messi, but they couldn't win one Ballon d'Or. So who is now the best player that's supposed to rule the football globally? Apart from the season that they were two outstanding, 50 league goals for 94 league goals in all competition. So the people that organize this thing should give us a template to work on. Say immediately you hit that target, they know that we are Ballon d'Or winner. Not to now form argument like Dembele now. How will Dembele win this award for doing nothing? Even Hakimi in that is influential than him in that team. You come to Baka team, Rafinha from the day one, assist in Champions League and what have he won the league. But they will now shift goalposts to favor a particular person that is popular. So those that organize these organizations should give us a correct template to work with. That's my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No photocopy from Rumigbo there. No photocopy before you go. Who do you think would win? Should win the Ballon d'Or? Okay, the call. He has dropped the call. Okay. Meanwhile, the phone line is still open. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. This is the Today's Sports Live, the marathon edition. And it's the football segment. We talked about VAR. Do you think that VAR has done more good or more harm than good to football? Do you think it's time wasting? And do you think if you have any recommendation for VAR, you can call in as well on 0810-9510-951. And we talked about the Ballon d'Or. Do you think the goalkeepers and the defenders should have more recognition in terms of winning the Ballon d'Or, even if for the goalkeeper position there's a trophy for them? And you look at it, do you think African players should have more recognition when it comes to the Ballon d'Or? Let's hear from this caller. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Light. I'm calling from Malakaya.
Oh, Light, calling from Malakaya. Are you a Liverpool fan?
Yeah, it's a Liverpool fan.
Oh, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Never walk alone. So your team says. Go on with your contribution, please.
Okay. My contribution is on VAR. I believe VAR is more good than harm to the Premier League and to football in general. Because if there was no VAR, there will be many cheatings and all those things, all those stuff. Let's just refer time back to the this Roberto Carlos, Delima Ronaldo, their own time, where there was VAR. You can see many offside goals because you won't expect the rest and the video and the linesman to do all the job. But back in, I believe there's been doing more good than harm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your contribution there. Is that all?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you for calling. Okay, the phone lines are still open. 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal 0701-933-9962. We are talking about the VAR. Has it done more good than harm to football? Is it time wasted? Do you think VAR should be time constrained? Should there be a time factor? If it's more than 2 minutes, then the on-field decision should be upheld. Or do you think you have any recommendation? You can call into the show and give us that recommendation. Then the Ballon d'Or. We talked about the Ballon d'Or too. Who is your favorite player to win the Ballon d'Or? We talked about the Ballon d'Or criteria. And we also talked about the African players. Do you think they should have more recognition when it comes to Ballon d'Or nomination? And then do you think that the goalkeepers and the defenders should have more say in this trophy? Okay. Okay, Henry, looking at the nominees for the Ballon d'Or, looking at the players' profile and the way they've performed just concluded season, even if some of them are still having their season still going on, that's for those who are playing the FIFA Club World Cup. Who do you think is favourite to win the Ballon d'Or this year?
I don't think there's anybody or anyone else. Funny enough, if PSG now wins the Club World Cup, people don't remember that Dembele has been coming off the bench, and Enrique has just decided to be resting the man in this Club World Cup. They'll just add, but definitely he was part of it. I mean, he scored the goal that we say sort of buried by Munich yesterday, so he contributed. Whether I like it or not, or whether I want to say it or not, he contributed. So I think Dembele, I don't even think I want to even put the Club World Cup as part of the reason, because at the end of the day, he, out of all the major competitors for the Ballon d'Or this year, looking at him, Lamine Yamal, Mo Salah, Rafinha, he's the only one participating in the Club World Cup at the moment. So I think it's a no-brainer. Dembele is definitely the winner. I think for me, even before the whole Club World Cup thing, Dembele is or was already the winner of the Ballon d'Or, and I still to stick with that perception at this point in time.
Well, I definitely think with the would I say the last couple of weeks, we also have to consider Vitinha. He is not always going to be your standout player, and he has also.
You guys are not giving.
You know why we are going to give this to him.
You guys are not giving. You guys are not
too.
giving Rafinha any
I don't
for
think.
it.
I think he has done enough.
He has done enough, but
maybe
I don't
a podium
think Rafinha,
finish. Maybe top 3.
But like that's the thing. When you're looking at, when I like to say honorary mentions, because those are players that people will not look at.
Yeah.
But they should have a say. That's why you're not looking at the likes of what Modric and Nedved did and what Zizou did in the past. You look at Vitinha, you look at Pedri. These two guys were fantastic.
Yeah.
It's like when you watch the Liverpool team that won the league. I've sat down in places and people are like, waiting Alexis McAllister they play, and I look at them and I laugh. Then you do not watch and understand football if you ask what Alexis McAllister plays or what he brings, or if you feel he's just an average player. Then you do not watch football properly, or you do not understand football properly if you don't appreciate what players like him, Vitinha or Pedri do on the pitch.
Bring to the game.
And sadly enough, those guys will not have the accolades or the personal accolades because they know they score goal. That is the problem. They are not putting the ball in, but their work is to knit things together. Stop Vitinha from playing. I think you've crippled PSG.
Yeah.
Stop Pedri from playing, and you've crippled. Lamine Yamal. Stop Pedri from playing, and you've crippled Barcelona.
That's true.
Stop Pedri from playing, and you've crippled. Watch it. Games Pedri struggled to turn up.
Barca had a hard time.
Barca struggled last season. So I think they will not get the mention they deserve because of their positions and the fact they are not scoring goals. But I think Vitinha and Pedri are two players I look at and I'm like, maybe if it was in the old days, you'll be talking about one of them at least being in the top 3. But sadly, I don't think they'll find themselves in the top 3 at the end of the day.
Okay, Osas, who do you think is going to win the Ballon d'Or?
I think for me it's going to be Ousmane Dembele outrightly. This year's Ballon d'Or is sort of heavily twisted, because if you want to talk about the goals and assists, you might be looking at Rafinha. If you want to talk about the trophies with some padding from the goals and assists, you might be looking at Ousmane Dembele. Then if you want to talk about the gameplay, your imprint in the game, and matching it with trophies, then you'll be talking about Vitinha, because I think Vitinha has every right to be there. He has every right to win it, because for one midfielder this year that has completed 90+% of what just happened, who went off the road there in the Formula One, was that's George Russell.
George Russell, yeah.
It's a bad one here for Mercedes, as George Russell fed off the road, and okay, he's back, but
there's a green flag for him.
He is right now. Things the way it stands right there. Oscar Piastri of McLaren on top. We've got Lando Norris in second. There's Nico Hülkenberg in third, and The man, Lewis Hamilton, is in fourth, trying to see if he can get up to the podium. Okay, that was where George Russell left the tracks and went into the bush and returned back again to continue. But
bush. There's no bush there.
Normally that's what happens when you lose control. So, but we'll definitely keep updating you with happenings coming from the British Grand Prix, or you could call it Silverstone, right there. Yeah, so back to what we were saying. Vitinha has got every reason to be out there. A midfielder who has completed 90+% of all passes he has dropped this season. And you have seen him. He has been very decisive there in the heart of the midfield for Paris Saint-Germain. He's one of the reasons why they were able to pick up form heavily after the league phase of the UEFA Champions League. He's one of the reasons why that team has been able to play near perfect football, because there's that engine room coming from the midfield. Look at him yesterday in that midfield together with Fabian Ruiz and what's the other guy from Portugal? João Neves. Yes, João Neves. Together, they were able to combat the midfield of Bayern Munich, spearheaded by Kimmich right there. So I think he has every right to be there. But for me, if I were to give my own Ballon d'Or, it would have gone to Vitinha. But I think the world will give the Ballon d'Or to Ousmane Dembele.
I do have to say that Vitinha has a sort of Jorginho season, where Jorginho racked up the trophies, won the Champions League with Chelsea, finished third in the Premier League. Was it third or fourth? They got to the finals of the FA Cup, which they lost out on, won the Euros with Italy. So he did have a claim. Jorginho had a claim. We've seen the exact same thing now with Vitinha, who has just won the Nations League with Portugal, can boast of the exact same trophies Dembele cannot boast of the same statistics, but he controls the game in a different way. But sadly, it's going to be one of those cases, because I feel right now, with the criteria of performance in big games, we just saw one very big game from Dembele off the bench yesterday. When he came on, he was the player that looked more likely to score, troubled Noah the most. It was almost like, substituting Bakola for someone with enough firepower when he came onto the pitch. So that was him bringing his A game to the pitch. We know we are going to see similar thing against Real Madrid. He needs to stake his claim, and there's no better way to stake your claim than to do it against the giants of Europe. So we are expecting big games from him, and right now I think almost everybody can unanimously just give it to Ousmane Dembele. So I have Dembele to win the Ballon d'Or, but just like Osas, I'm going to give my my special shout out to Vitinha for that award too.
Henry, are you sticking with Vitinha, or you have your?
I think Dembele will win it. I think I have to be realistic here, and I think Dembele will win it. As much as I would have loved Vitinha to win it, but I do feel Dembele is going to win this one.
Okay, the guys in the studio are. It's 2-1. Osas is rooting for Vitinha. Alex is rooting for Vitinha. And Henry, the Lone Ranger, is rooting for Ousmane Dembele.
You're getting me wrong, though. I said I have to be realistic. Dembele will win it. I would love Vitinha to win it, but Dembele will win it. That's it.
So you're going for Dembele?
My heart.
Oh, goodness me.
My heart is telling me. My heart is telling me Vitinha.
Your head is telling
My head is telling me Dembele. And when what the head tells is usually what happens. Yeah, so let's yes.
Okay, the phone line is still open, 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is saddled on 0701-933-9962. We talked about the VAR, or video assistant referee. Do you think it should be scrapped for the new season? Do you think it should, there are things that needs to be worked on? Do you think we should keep it? Do you think, they should fix it? Do you have any recommendation for the PGMOL? You can call into the show and give us your thoughts. We talked about the Ballon d'Or, who is going to be the winner of the Ballon d'Or 2025. And do you think African players should get more recognition in this award? And do you think also the goalkeepers and the defenders, do you think they need to look at this? They need to look at this and get more recognition when it comes to this award? Okay, the phone line is still open. 0810-9510-951. Let's take this caller. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Daniel, calling for Uniport here.
Okay, go on with your contribution, Daniel.
I greet everyone in the studio there.
They greet you.
To me, I want to talk about this video assistant referee, which is VAR.
Go on.
To me, the VAR is okay, but the issue is that they need just to make some more adjustments, just to do one or two things, because sometimes the place where you expect a VAR to show up, maybe you are watching one of the match, you see something that you are expecting VAR to do, maybe there's no network or no NEPA on that particular, the VAR will not show up. But those are some things that they need to work on. But to me, if you check, the VAR is more even better now to make football now even safe more. Because if you check back then when Manchester United and the Ferguson,
Alex Ferguson, yeah,
when we many trophy in the EPS. If it's now, some of those trophies will not achieve it. Because if you check that Ronaldo and some of the players, they use hand and score goal. So I award it because what ref did after is as far as the ball enter the net, ref go whistle for you. But with this VAR, will now make football even mature. If you score any goal that you know very well that goal is not okay, VAR will cancel the team. And some of the penalties that refs don't used to do. Sometimes VAR will draw the intention. But to me, the VAR is okay. Just what they need to do just to make more adjust and arrange the team so that it won't be as if maybe they are doing partial to one of the particular clubs. That's for my opinion there.
Okay, thank you for your call there. Okay, the phone line is still open. 0810-9510-951. I take it slowly. 0810-9510-951. There's a caller on the line. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Samuel Ogutum. I'm calling you from Rukboko.
Samuel from Rukboko, go on with your contribution.
I greet everybody in your studio. You guys are doing well.
Thank you. They greet you too.
Okay, let me just go ahead. Concerning that VAR, I watched the match against PSG and I think it was Bayern Munich yesterday in my house.
Okay.
It was so exciting. What I want to say about that VAR, let me tell you the truth. I think the people who are manning the VAR, they should be impartial to me, because I know that there's no human being that's too perfect, that is perfect. Because the machine is there to capture every view from every angle concerning every incident that happens inside or any actions that take place inside the pitch. If you look at it very well, the game concerning the head of Thomas, I think it is Muller against the other player of
Thomas Muller. Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yes. Had it been the VAR was not available, the ref had already given that is a penalty. You understand? And it would have been a fault when it would be reviewed, on the ref that he didn't do well. He didn't look it from different angle. That was when he went to watch it. He now said, looking at the football, there was no contact. And I was happy with that. You understand? Okay, coming to the Ballon d'Or. Van Dembele has performed very well this time around. I think he will be given the stuff for the candidate. That's my take. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your call. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Monday from Port Harcourt.
Okay, go on with your contribution, Mr. Monday.
Yes. What I want to know is the VAR in England different from the one in other leagues?
No, it's same VAR.
Yes, because let me use my team Arsenal for an instance. 2 seasons ago, there was a game between Arsenal and Man City. The ball has already gone out. Doku brought that ball and then played it, and they scored, and the goals too. That same season too, there was a game against Newcastle. One of the players pushed Gabriel down, and they headed the ball into the goal, and he stood. And VR didn't say anything about these things. So I think there are certain things they need to do, because I observed that in England there are more controversies over the VRO than it is in other leagues. So I think there should be something they have to do to improve the standard of the VRO.
Okay. Is that all? Okay, so the phone line is still open, 0810-9510-951. There's a caller on the line. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Your name and your location?
Kabole, calling from Romokuchi. I greet the guy.
They greet you too. Hello?
And then for the matter about the Ballon d'Or, me, I know the rate I'm again, no. I'm be the thing, because most of the time, person we're supposed to win, then we'll leave them, saying our popularity. So I skip that one. Then for our women tournament, we don't start. I want to know when Nigeria will play their match today. Like that tomorrow.
Okay, Nigeria will be playing today against the female Carthage Eagles of Tunisia by 5 p.m. The line is still open, 0810-9510-951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal, 0701-933-9962. Okay, let's look at the SMS portal. I don't think we have any message on the SMS portal. Let's go to the WhatsApp portal. This one says, Chelsea got tired of Peter Cech and shipped it to Arsenal. Chelsea finished using Jorginho and shipped him to Arsenal. Chelsea finished Williams' career and sent him over to Arsenal. Chelsea overused and squeezed the football career of David Luiz, Raheem Sterling and Kai Havertz, then sent them to Arsenal. Chelsea got tired of Kai Havertz and sent him to Arsenal. Now Chelsea is currently tired of Nodi Madueke, but they have no intention of selling. Meanwhile, Arsenal are already pushing to sign him themselves. Arsenal already know their place. Once a Chelsea player is finished, no need for Chelsea to look for a buyer again, because Arsenal will pay double to sign him. Arsenal fans are busy shouting that they need a world-class striker. Meanwhile, we all know where Jackson will be going on the transfer deadline day. This is coming from Ernest from Woji. That's all we've got in the WhatsApp, from the WhatsApp and SMS portal. We have Ovie ready to talk about Nigerian football. Ovie, today the Falcons face Tunisia in their group opener by 5 p.m. What are we expecting from the girls today?
Well, it's not me that will tell you guys what to expect. I'm sure the person that will be joining me today will give you guys what to expect from the girls. We're playing the Eagles of Carthage. The lineup is already out. I'll win the lineup when I do handle mic one. We've still got lots of matches. The match between the RO Congo is still going on. We've still got another match later on. But what to expect from the girls, I don't know until we see them play.
Okay, do you think Nigeria can actually go all the way in that game?
What I think. I believe they can.
Okay,
yeah,
you believe they can?
I believe they can, but Justin Madugu said something and we listen to what he said. So I actually align with him in what he said. So we listen to him and then we'll know if we can actually take care of them.
Okay, I am not the video assistant referee, but this time around, I would need Ovie Wallace to come to Mike 1 to actually give you what we have for Nigerian football. Good luck to the Falcons as they take on their counterpart from Tunisia in their WAFCON group opener today by 5 p.m. Like Ovie rightly said, the lineups are out. He's going to read the names out for you. Good luck to them once again.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Yes, we're done with the first half. We entered into the halftime break, and now we begin the second half over Today Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station today at 95.1 FM. It's a cold, wet Wednesday. Sunday evening right here in the Garden City. It's currently raining and everywhere is cold as usual, and we are here in the studio to warm you up a bit as we get to talk about everything that has to do with Nigerian football, that has to do with Nigerian football and African football in general. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, you're wondering who is speaking, I go by Ovie Wallace. You can call me the sports chef as usual, and I'm never alone in the studio. I've got the man, the gent with me, as they call him, the classical gentleman. He is the one with Sabi, one in the world of sports. Reliable Reliance Udoni. Reliance, good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Great to be here. Very good evening to you. It's the start of the WAFCON. We saw an interesting encounter between Morocco and Zambia yesterday. I mean, Barbara Branda still has it in her. Hopefully that Azera Shoala equally shows, some class, some level of experience, when they face off against the Tunisians later this evening, because it's about the big names. Barbara delivered for Zambia, more like it. Cesar Oshola is just about the biggest name in the Super Falcons squad, so there will be a lot of expectations on her. In fact, any tournament that Oshola plays, there's always expectations, because for what she has done in African football, for what she has done in global football, playing for Barcelona Femini, before eventually going to the MLS to play in the women's league part of the MLS. So interesting times. The WAFCON is here. The Euro for women is equally ongoing. So there's still some footballing actions for us to enjoy, despite being international break when it comes to club football altogether. You should love women's football. You should enjoy women's football. And of course, we are equally still watching the British Grand Prix. We are at the final lap, and it doesn't look like Hamilton is going to be getting that P3, but he's in fourth position at the moment. Lando Norris leading the race, will be declared the winner anytime soon. Oscar Piastri second, Hülkenberg third, Hamilton fourth, Verstappen fifth, Lance Stroll sixth, Pierre Gasly seventh, Alonso eighth, Albon ninth, and Russell, I'm going to have to stop there at number 10. You have to go down to number 14 to find Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton's teammate.
All right, you've heard it from the man, the classical gentleman. The British Grand Prix is currently going on, but I think the guys in the first half have already done justice to what to expect. We'll be giving you updates as it does come, but our main focus on is the WAFCON that's currently going on right now. We've still got lots to talk about on the show this evening. We'll be focusing on, we've already needed a move to Manchester United. Is this actually possible? And there's been issues right there at the Super Falcons camp. They're saying unpaid. They've been on over $13,000 on paid. Also looking at Ahmed Musa, the man has moved from being a player to being a GM, the general manager of Kano Pillars. And we'll take a look at his predecessors and look at other ex-players that have actually held or gone into management and see how it has turned out for them. Awad Pinnick also returns to being an advisor for the CAF president. I'll take a look at all those on the show this evening. And don't forget, it is interactive, as the guys in the first half have already done justice to that. The phone lines are 0810-9510-951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. They will be opened, and it looks like like it's already ended right there at the British Grand Prix. Lando Norris getting P1, P2 Oscar Piastri, P3 Hülkenberg, and for the first time since 2013, Hamilton doesn't finish on the podium, but a good race nonetheless from the man, and at least Brit does win the British Grand Prix, and I'm sure they'll be happy about that. But for us right here in Nigeria, our focus is on the WAFCON, and it is the 13th edition of the Women's African Cup of Nations, which began yesterday. It was the host, the Atlas Lioness of Morocco, holding the Copper Queens of Zambia to a 2-2 draw yesterday. Captain and the reigning African Women's Footballer of the Year, Barbara Banda, opened the scoring 58 seconds into the start of the match. A record book, entering into the record book, and the Morocco's Ibitan Dry, they leveled the score 11 minutes later. The first half ended with Zambia in the lead, courtesy of a 27th minute goal by Rachel. Late into the second half, Ghislaine Chebak, 88 minute strike, spread the Atlas Lioness blushes in front of a roaring home crowd. For the matches today, yes, as we know, Senegal and DR Congo is currently going on 4-0. They're currently trashing Congo. And Algeria are taking on Botswana by 8 p.m. 3 p.m. in just a few minutes time, we'll be seeing our own Super Falcons of Nigeria taking on the Eagles of Carthage of Tunisia by 5 p.m. at the Stade El Abi Zaouli right here in Morocco. And you can be rest assured that we'll give you guys the lineups and the live updates as the show does progress. But before we get into the lineups, let's look at what Justin Madugu had to say before the match.
As far as football is concerned in Africa any longer, you can't consider anybody a minnow. Looking at the results that were posted in the course of the qualifiers, I think we wouldn't consider anyone to be a weak team. Yes, some teams could be stronger than the other, but they cannot be considered as weak teams because they also gone through the qualifiers, went through the qualifiers, won their matches for them to have been here. We are not taking anybody for granted on the assumption that we have won all the previous games against them, and so we think it's going to be easy. No games will be easy games. We will approach them with all the seriousness they deserve and all the respect that all the teams deserve.
Yes, head coach Justin Madugu does not believe there is any small team right there in the Women's African Cup of Nations. Yeah. For the groups, Nigeria is in Group B. Yes, we are in Group B with the likes of Algeria, Botswana, and Tunisia. I think people have been saying that maybe Botswana might be the easiest, but I said there is no small team. They did get there with their energy. They did get there playing good football. But before I get on with the questions, let's take a look at the lineup and see how Nigeria has lined up the women's for the Eagles of Carthage. All right, it is a 4-3-3. Chiamaka Nadozie right there in between the sticks. It can be nobody else. In the defense, we've got a 4 back line with Alozie, Demehin, Ohali, and Ashley Pomtree. In the midfield, we've got Ajibade, Ayinde, and Abiodun. For the front lineup, we've got Tony Payne, Oshola, and Rashid and Babajide. For Morocco, they line up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. A 4-man back line of Ben Haj Mahmoud, Aoni Gumazi, and Betomi. And right there in the defensive midfield, we've got Zemen and Bahayi. In the midfield, we've got Lamti, Aonai, and Kauchouch. And the woman at the lone front is Abasi. For the substitutes for Nigeria, we've got Tochukwu Olohi, Shukurat Oladipo, Esther Okoronkwo, Ifoma Onomunu, Christy Ocheibe, Sikiratu Isa, Jennifer Chegini, Francesca Odega, Chiwendu Elzo, and Folashade Florence. For Morocco, for the subs, we got Manele Ben Mohamed, Nora Bedu, Noali, Halem Ama, Sabrin Alauzi, Mariam Haj, Sabah Head Shaikh, Sarah Ben Mbarek, Sama Mazuki, and Gada Ayadi with Amani. ahead. So that's how the Super Falcons are lined up against the Eagles of Carthage. We'll be giving you guys the updates and the live scores as the match does progress. Currently on our screen is currently Senegal against DR Congo. It's still 4-0. It's 7 minutes on the clock, so DR Congo, they can be packing, they load them, taking no points home. While Senegal pack up all the 3 points and head right back for their next match. Bo, Reliance, I was listening to the guys yesterday when the match between Morocco and Zambia before it did begin, and they were saying yes, it could be an easy win for Morocco. Yes, Barbara Banda is there, but she can't carry the whole Zambia on her back. But it looked like it was something different. It was Morocco that were teetering on the edge of despair, and they had to pull one back at the 80th minute to be able to get that 1 point or hold out a draw against the Copper Queens of Zambia. And Justin Madugu has come out already saying that there is no small team when it comes to the Women Africa Cup of Nations, and we've seen that improvement when it comes there. But before Tunisia, let's look at our group. We have Algeria, Botswana, Nigeria, and Tunisia. Are you of the fact that yes, there is no easy team, or are you looking at maybe Botswana, Algeria, we can get the 3 points. Algeria already played them in the friendlies, we've already beaten them, so we can get another 3 points for them, and Botswana is almost guaranteed.
There are small teams in women's football, in as much as I do not want. Even in men's football, there are still small teams. But yeah, I understand where Justin Madugu is coming from. There's no room for complacency, right? So take every team out there. See, for you to show a team that you are small, you beat them silly. So if Nigeria plays Botswana right now to show them that they are small, you do a Nigeria, what is it called? Sao Tome and Principe in the men's team. Maybe wipe them like 10 goals to show that they are really small. Because trust me, we are watching Senegal against this should be CR Congo, yeah, DR Congo. So 4 goals to nothing. If you're not small, you shouldn't be conceding 4 goals. And when you look at how they are building, you definitely know that there's a lot of work to do. Yeah, there are some promises that we've seen, but they have a good coordination at the back for DR Congo. But once they get to the middle, the way the Senegalese spread and defend tend to get them confused. So they are more or less not knowing what to do, and they just end it there, and then you see the Senegalese getting the ball and driving forward, to cause problems for the Congolese side. So there are still small teams in women's football, especially women's football. There are many of them. Botswana should be an easy meet for Nigeria. That was very dangerous tackle inside the box. But luckily enough for her, the Senegalese women player, she was able to get the ball and clear it. That wouldn't count for an infringement, not a penalty against her. So Botswana is there, Algeria is there, even Tunisia. Look, I'm expecting 3.9 points from Justin Madugu's team
against Tunisia.
Even against Tunisia, they should be able to beat Tunisia. If it was, so a bit of reflection on what you made reference to regarding yesterday's conversation. Look, I can't recall exactly how terrible the Randy Wardrum's Nigeria was against Zambia in the 3rd place match of last edition of the WAFCON. But Zambia defeated Nigeria. I think it ended 2-1 also. Zambia defeated Nigeria. That's one. On the other part, the same Moroccan ladies needed penalties to edge Nigeria, despite Nigeria going down by 2 women. They still couldn't beat Nigeria outrightly. For a larger part of that match, Nigeria were down by 2 women, 2 red cards. But that same Nigeria held on. They needed the luxury of penalty to beat Nigeria and progress to the final. The same Moroccan ladies. And then Nigeria played Zambia in the 3rd place match. Zambia defeated Nigeria outrightly to win the bronze medal, so to speak. So you cannot underrate that Zambian team up against that Moroccan team in the context of what we saw them do in the competition, in the apex level of the competition last time out. So I didn't expect that match to be easy for Morocco. I expected a tough clash. I expected that Zambia was going to step up, which they did. I expected Barbara Banda to show up, which she did. All right. So if it were a Nigeria against Zambia, I'd be worried. Because, you beat Nigeria in a very crucial stage of the match. And there is that confidence. There's also that trust and believe that we've done it before. We can do it. The Nigerian ladies are in the tunnel. They're about to match out. Brief conversation between Ashley Plumter and that should be Azera Shola. No, that person is the height is not complementing Azera Shola's height. I don't know whose hair is painted red. But I'm going to confirm when they're out of the picture. That's Rashida Ajibade. I know she's the one that likes to color her hair gold, blue, and okay, that's Rashida. So she's on blue. She colored her hair blue today, so that wasn't her. But I noticed there was this discussion between Ashley Plumter and yet to be identified Nigerian player. So they are in the tunnel, both with the Tunisian side. They are about to come out. Ajibade is the captain, leading the line. Just behind her is the saver, save hands, Chiamaka Nadozie. So it's done between Senegal and DR Congo. Senegal have won their first match of the 2024 WAFCON by 4-0, beating DR Congo.
Yes. So continue.
Okay. So if it was that Zambian side, I'll probably say okay, it's care, because psychologically we're beating you before in a very crucial moment of the competition, third place match. We have that belief, and we have a star player that Nigeria could probably want to unleash their defensive arsenal around, and that could open up gaps and spaces for them to exploit in Barbara Banda. So I'll be a bit worried. I'll expect modesty, but Tunisia, come on. So I'm expecting 9 points from Justin Madugu in those 3 matches for the group phase.
All right, that's a strong claim. 9 points. We'll see. The first match is against Tunisia. The girls are already coming out of the dugout. We'll give you guys updates as the match just go on. Senegal already trashing DR Congo 4-0. But you already talked about being safe hands. That's Chiamaka Nadozie. Can you bring 5 players that we can look at and say, yes, these players are the key to this team? Nadozie already being one of them. Yeah, and Oshola, she's back. She's not played for Nigeria in a very, very, very long time. Last time she played was in 2024 in the Olympic tournament against Japan. Yeah, that was the last time she played for Nigeria. Since then, it was the friendly. Yeah, she played in the friendly match against Ghana, but that's a friendly. But this is going to be her first official tournament. Does she get that goosebumps and knowing that it's been long? She's not really been having a good impressive form right there at the NWSL. And she's back. She's the front woman right there that we're depending to get the goals for Nigeria. Does she deliver, or are we going to see some rust from Oshola? And who are you picking as the key players that can deliver us, or that can deliver those 3 points to Nigeria?
I do not expect Asisa Oshola to be rusty. Experience is not bought in the market. So I'll mention a couple of players that they're in your team and you're like, okay, no matter what. Megan Rapinoe for the US, no matter how long she's been out of that team, she gets back into that team. She's pivotal. She decides a lot. Mata of Brazil, now retired. No matter how long she's been out of that Brazilian women's national team, she get back into that team. You expect. I mean, we saw her in the last tournament that she played. How crucial she was. Those killer passes that she delivered. Who again do I mention? Maybe Alexis Putellas for Spain. Maybe I think Miedema, who plays for Arsenal and for her Norwegian national team. So there are a couple of players that they are like icons in their teams. So they are out. They've not been there very regular, but once they are back into that team, you expect something. If I want to go to men's football, of course, the first 2 names I'm going to have to call. So these guys are pivotal. They may not play at the level that they played when they were 20s, late 20s or thereabouts, but you see that experience and the contribution to the team, you cannot underemphasize it. And that's what I expect from Asisa Oshola. I don't expect her to be rusty. I expect her to deliver for the team. She might not score, but in crucial moments, crucial decisions, crucial team performance, crucial positioning, crucial what's the other word now? Contributions, build up play, and then psychologically being part of that team. she delivers. Let's not forget the Olympics, for instance. Okay, let's go back. Let's start with the World Cup. I think it was in the World Cup that Nigeria defeated host country 3-2. That should be, is it Australia rather. So go back to when she came into that match and how she held on to the team. And then you go back to the Olympics. And of course, in the friendly match against Ghana, she scored. So I'm referring you to a moment where this lady steps in and made differences. So I expect Sam in this particular match. And good thing, Oshola has started. Although many thought or believe that she should have not been starting much in the last, I think that should be the last WAFCON. Yeah, that should be the last WAFCON. That she should come from the bench. There was that school of thoughts. And many suggested to Randy that she was better off coming the bench, because in the match against Australia, I think she came off the bench to score. I think the winning goal, the equalizer, I can't recall precisely. So, but she starts this one. At least let's see the very first match. Let's see how she performs starting. If she's not giving good, then we will bring in Ofomo Anomono. Ofomo Anomono is a standing center forward. Ofomo Anomono does not have the full work that as Oshola has. Of course, let me not even talk about the experience. Doesn't have the team play, the teamwork that Oshola has. So Oshola drops, contributes a lot to the team, and then build up going forward. Onomono does not do all of that. She has the height for aerial ball. So if your team is not building well from the middle and laying in those crosses, Onomono might be rendered almost useless up front. So playing a 4-3-3 means you want to utilize the midfield and you want to do exchange of passes. And you need somebody that can contribute to the team. And good thing he has picked Oshola to start. So let's see how she performs going forward. The dynamics can always change. But for the key players, definitely has to be Chiamaka Nnadozie number one. Then I'm also looking at Rashida Ajibade, because I'll be looking at her wing a lot. She's going to decide a lot in this match. I think these two are very key to whatever happens. Yes, we can talk about the likes of Deborah Abiodun at the middle, but if the transition succeeds up front, who receives it? It has to be Ajibade. I expect her to drop in. I don't know the kind of instruction that the coach has given to her, but most of the times I expect her to drop in and build like an attacking midfielder and then go out wide. The reason why I'm saying that is that I'm not trusting who is coming in from the other side. Tony Payne, yes, can contribute to the team, but not as pivotal as Ajibade is. Tony Payne is more of a player that you need to set her up front. So she does not do, or sometimes she could be rendered almost ineffective attacking wise, that she does midfield jobs a lot. So for that transitioning, Ajibade is going to decide a lot. Then Deborah Abiodun, that the camera just panned to her. Abiodun will need to cover a lot of grounds. Abiodun will have to intercept a lot of balls. Abiodun will have to build up play a lot, because in a 4-3-3 formation, she's like the pivot. She's like the only pivot. So she plays box to box, and she also transition back to the defenders. Also block, because the other two ladies, in fact, she's going to play mostly box to box, because we have Ochebe did not start. So it's going to be Ayinde, who I'm believing will play more or less like a defensive shield. But even at that, you expect Abiodun to play box to box, leading attack up front, shielding defense backward. The match is underway, by the way, so it's at 0 seconds and a couple of microseconds between Nigeria and Tunisia. They just started, and Nigeria just won themselves a throw after passing the ball. So you see that role of Ajibade, you see that role of Rashidat Ajibade here, Deborah Abiodun, Chiamaka Nnadozie. These ladies are going to be pivotal, and thank goodness for the return of Ashley Plumter. Her cool-headedness, her calmness, is going to decide a lot. I mean, look at how she just intercepted that ball, and she's leading the ball up front right now. So these are the players I'm thinking will be key to whatever Nigeria will be doing in this match.
Right. So your Madugu, how do you set up the girls, and knowing that you've already said it, you people are the favorites, as what you said, you were meant to beat
Tunisia. You don't want it to get it to your head. How do you set up your girls? What's the game plan? Do you go all out and get those goals? Do you sit back for a counter attack, or do you just try to balance everything out and let them have the ball? You know that you have to, you're better at getting the ball and hitting them on the counter attack, or you control the ball and let them get you, draw them out, and then you can hit them with those long balls. But your Madugu, with this set of girls, you have all the chess pieces. How do you play your game?
Well, I think at first I wouldn't rush at them because you're playing the Super Falcons. For any team that comes up against a Nigerian side is always trying to be very athletic, so always coming with that belief that they want to step up their game because they are playing against Nigeria. So I will use the first 5-10 minutes to understand what these ladies want to do. Not to rush at them, right? After watching a couple of videos on how they play and how they set up, so that's going to be the first thing. And then after understanding them, then I will now unleash depending on how they come. But from what we've seen so far, it looks like Tunisia want to sit and counter, while giving Nigeria most of the balls. That's okay, that's fine. You have girls that can hold on to the ball, all right? Ajibade can hold on to the ball. Abiodun can hold on to the ball. Ayinde can equally hold on to the ball. Plumpton can hold on to the ball. Tony Payne can hold on to the ball. Oshoala has some dependable footwork. So it's going to be too early. I hope that's not injury for Nigeria's number 2, Babajide, who is playing. Oh, Ajibade is even playing from the middle. So that's the thing. So she's not playing as your white player. That's where Babajide comes in, playing from the left. Tony Payne plays from the right. So I think it goes back to what I said, because I needed Ajibade to be in that middle to lead that transitioning, while Abiodun and Ayinde find the shield. So just be behind the attackers, while Deborah Abiodun find the shield back and then plays as a box-to-box midfielder. You can allow Ayinde to sit. So that's the thing. I have players that can hold on to the ball. What just happened?
Goal. And I think that was Asisat Oshola. It's Asisat Oshola. We were just talking about the woman, and it was a free kick taken by Babajide, and we just don't know what happened. Oshola got to the air before everyone. She got the ball. The Tunisia players were looking for where the ball is, and before we knew it was at the back of the net.
I was equally looking for where the ball was.
Even Madugu is surprised that it's a goal. Madugu does not know that it's a goal. Nigeria lead. We've been getting early goals so far in the tournament. Morocco started 17 minutes in the first minute, so we're taking a replay. Look at the keeper tried coming out, and I think that was a mistake.
Came off. Let's see. So a cross in that found the head of Oshola. Jabrani miscalculated it.
She miscalculated, and then again there was a collision between her and
her defender.
Yeah.
And that cross was very beautifully dangerous. Did you see that cross? That cross was beautifully dangerous.
Found her head perfectly.
Is there a review of anything? So the players are well positioned to resume play after that goal by Oshola.
Okay, there is no.
It looks like
there is no review.
Okay, nothing to review. So the goal stands.
But Reliance, we've been getting quick goals in this WAFCON. We got from Zambia, we got from Senegal. Nigeria doing their one in the first 3 minutes. What was happening? And we've gotten the lead. Is to keep on pushing. It looks like they're shaky right there. The miscommunication between the keeper and the keeper and the defender. We pounced on that. And you've already said it. Oshola, I have to take back my words, although I did not say anything.
You said it to yourself.
I did not say anything.
You said it to yourself.
Oshola, I shall prove that. See, I might have been out from this game for a long time. My last game might have been a friendly, but when it comes to playing the real game, I know how to do my work. And she's gotten Nigeria in front. In front, we have that 3 points. If they keep on building, what is the next step? Keep on pushing for more goals.
Yeah, you see that they can miscalculate and misjudge their defensive setup, especially from set pieces. So keep on pushing for more goals and try another form of set piece and see if that works, because you've seen the flaw on how they were unable to keep that one out. That was a beautifully taken, dangerous free kick that was taken. And look, there are not so many players in the Onumonu who not put head in that ball the way Oshola did.
Yeah.
See that she scored with her head, and you saw the angle at which the ball came, and her reading of the ball and placing her head, even in the middle of chaos between the goalkeeper and the defender, and she scored. So that's what I'm talking about. That's the level of experience you get from these kind of players. Anytime they come on, and that's the word I just talked about. See how she drops in, to assist. So these are the things you enjoy from Oshoala, which Onumuno will not give you. She's a standing center forward, so you need to build a lot and push the ball up front to see the beauty of Onumuno. Else, you might be making her a bit useless. So at this point, you see that they miscalculate themselves. They are not so coordinated defensively. So push, send those balls in. Maybe try some aerial balls. Oshoala is equally good aerially. So send those balls in and see if anything happens again, because obviously they came here to defend.
All right, currently 1-0 at the Labi Zali Stadium. Super Falcons of Nigeria currently leading the Eagles of Carthage 1-0. 3 points already in the bag. We do not know, but what are you guys expecting from the Super Falcons come at the end of this match? Are you expecting all 3 points straight in the bag, or could Tunisia maybe have a comeback and maybe win this game, or it could end in a draw? How are you guys predicting the score lines? 1-0, 2-0, 3-1, 4-1, or could it be a trashing against Tunisia? 08701 933 9962. We'll do this via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal for now at 0701 933 9962. Yes, there are always two sides of a coin. We've talked about the good side. Now to the bad side, or some pressing issues, as according to respected journalist Osasu Obayowana, each player is allegedly owed over $13,000 in unpaid allowances and bonuses dating back to 2021. This includes training camp allowances, WAFCON and Olympic qualifier bonuses, and even World Cup match bonuses, despite the team's strong performances in this competition. Now, some partial payments have been made, some $500 there, some $50,000 there, but the bulk remains unpaid. Notably, players like Michelle Alozie and Ifeoma Onomunu are still waiting for their dues from the USA camp. For the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, players are owed $6,000 in match bonuses for their results against Canada, Australia, and Ireland. On a fraction of their camp allowances has been paid. When contacted, the NFF General Secretary Mohamed Sanusi refused to comment, saying it's a matter between the NFF and the players. Realize, why do these issues keep on occurring when it comes to the women? And you have to look at it, and you see they've been our shining light when it comes to football for the national team. Where since Nigeria finished second in the AFCON back then, but why do these issues keep on recurring when it comes to the women on the international stage?
Well, I may not exactly say that it's only happening to the women. I think it equally happens to the men, although not as frequent as it is for the women, because the men get this preferential treatment, but the women most of the times do not get it. So it's a bit too frequent and regular with women's football, and it's very appalling that it's happening and the NFF are allowing this to happen. So it's quite unfortunate, the situation how it is. This is the beauty of she was offside, she didn't have to come back. This is the beauty of Oshoala when she's in form. And I want to believe that Madugu is listening to us. Maybe there's an earphone that he's listening to us, because how I expected him to go at it after getting that goal. We're seeing those through balls looking for Oshoala, and she's controlling them. Safe that she was offside before coming back for that return ball, else that would have been a nice chance for Nigeria to counter. Well, at least those long balls looking for Oshoala up front, and they are beginning to come forward, which I said, now that that defense can be Ajibade, that was unnecessary. Should have, well, thanks to you, but that was unnecessary. Should have released the pass quickly enough. So now that you know that the defense line can be shaky, launch those long balls, look for Shola and see what she does with it. So it's very appalling and disappointing that the women are always getting this kind of treatment. We shouldn't be talking about this ball. It looks like every time Nigeria is prepared for any major tournament, we hear issues of unpaid allowances and bonuses. Olympics was the same. World Cup, the same. Last WAFCON, the same. This particular WAFCON, the same. If the NFF Secretary General refused to comment, saying that the matter is between the NFF and the players, it means that there's a level of truth to it. So they need to find a way and sort it out. It's quite unfortunate that they don't treat women as much as the men are given treatment. We are not saying that give them equal pay, because I don't think Nigeria has the capacity at the moment. But if you can give them at least 50% of what the treatment that the men are enjoying, you will see how these girls will perform. I think Babajide is going to come too good in this match from the left-hand side. She has been, she shows so much brilliance each time she has the ball. Tony Penn, good work. Whoa! Should have finished it. Should have finished it, Penn and cross. Good, nice football by Tony Penn, by the way. So it's very unfortunate, Ovie. Nigeria should find a way to be sorting out these things. If you know you cannot generate funds to pay players, allowances, bonuses, whatsoever, please do not contest for any office in Nigerian sports. Be it, what's that sport called? It's a sport that is trying to gain ground in Nigeria. That was just newly introduced. Even if it's American flag football, don't go there. Because it's pathetic to keep hearing stories like this. So it's just unfortunate that we keep hearing these things, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon, because the system is still where it has been. There's not been any lift in terms of organization of the system. Quite unfortunate.
All right, and the match still going on right there at the Labis Ali Stadium. 1 goal to nothing, 13 minutes on the clock. Super Falcons of Nigeria still leading the match. But relax, should the players put or take matters into their own hand, and like the US women team did at one time, should the players say, okay, I think we are fed up with all this, and let's handle the matters?
How do they want to handle it?
They boycott matches.
Well, if you want them to if you suggest they boycott matches, maybe that's a way of Tony Penn. That's
the spirit of Ronaldo doing that 20 Penn. That's why she's wearing that number 7.
That's a way of sending a message. Maybe that's if they will listen. NFF will still go down and find women. See, it's so painful that the Nigerian system has rendered citizens almost voiceless. I'll tell you what I mean. In the NWFL, their players are receiving 50,000-60,000 naira a month as salaries. There are players in the NWFL, professional players, which that's money for core members. As a professional footballer, you're being paid 60,000-70,000 naira. If you see one way receive up to 100, hallelujah. What happened? The system. The Nigerian system has rendered them voiceless. Now, if they see an opportunity to play in the national team where they are more or less guaranteed, let's say $500 or $1,000 as bonus, they will rush at it. Without or despite knowing that people will come out there, people will say, we know they play this match, Now suffer, now entire them. Then they say, we know they play the match again. But these ones will rush at it. And what do? The NFF will capitalize on that. Gather players. They feel good, they go collect piping, collect better beating. But the NFF want to save their head from FIFA ban. They are not being greedy. They want to save their health because if Nigeria do not have representatives to play for whatever competition it is, FIFA Bank can come. Allow it for Tony Payne. Whoa.
Whoa. And Tony Payne has been our two, the left wing and the right wing, has been really, really dangerous. Tony Payne and Babajide, dangerous. The front line, dangerous. And she just didn't find a way to put at the back of the net. But it looks like it's going to be for a corner. So we have a chance. And Justin Madogu looking at why didn't that just
go
into the back of the net? And maybe we can get the lead or double the lead. But Roland has to continue.
So, despite knowing that what made those other girls boycott the match or the matches was due to poor treatment, these ones will rush. Because that one time $500 or $1,000, it go a long way for them. Now, let's say the system was okay, right? And these girls were being well paid, they're receiving in thousands of dollars in their respective clubs. Do you think they will rush at it? They will not, because they are comfortable where they are. I mean, let's say the three Lionesses of England boycott matches. Do you think other ladies in the WSA will rush at those? They wouldn't, because some of them are collecting 10,000 weekly, 20,000 weekly, 50,000 weekly. So why would they rush at it? But here in Nigeria, because these girls are collecting 50,000 naira a month, 70, 100, they see an opportunity to go get in dollars match allowance, even though they are not guaranteed that they're going to be paid. Or they also see an opportunity to represent the play in a national team where they will likely be watched by scouts and they could seal deals outside the country from there. Or more, they go play. So the Nigerian system has rendered the citizens voiceless. It's the same thing outside sports, even in politics. Now, the citizens cannot go all out and have a stand, have a say, or hold on to their voices in matters of political selections or matters of general public or general consideration, because the economy of Nigeria has rendered them voiceless. They don't see people hunger these streets, guy. So when there's a little opening, and the politicians, the administrators, they are exploiting that, and probably some of them are enjoying it, so they will keeping the system like that, so that Nigerians cannot have a voice in critical matters that they're supposed to have a voice and have a stand, like hold on to that their voice. But since they can't afford basic things of life, when they see something like that, they will now jump at it and they will now forget, that they're supposed to hold on to this and all of that stuff. Whoa!
They maybe to capitalize on that. Woo. And they just couldn't capitalize on the right back
sleeping,
and maybe we might have to look at that missed chance. She could have gone in.
I think she should have crossed out instead of in. Although Oshola was there and wanted it in, but I'm thinking the right thing to have done, because Oshola had company, right? Oshola had company, had two center forwards each side of her. So I'm thinking she should have crossed out. So let me describe to us what happened. There was a 1-2 between Babajide at the left-hand side and Ashley Plumter. So he threw ball that was looking for Ashley Plumter, who left left back position and was rushing forward. Now that through ball was supposed to be cleared by a Tunisian defender, the fullback of Tunisia, but she miscalculated her attempt at clearance, so she missed the ball. So eventually the ball still fell on Ashley Plumter. So Ashley Plumter had the cross running from the left-hand side and was supposed to cross out. That's what I think. But Oshola said she should cross in very close to the goalkeeper. But Oshola had two players on her. And eventually the goalkeeper was even the one that punched it away. But the two players were so close to Oshola, who was also close to the goalkeeper. And that left gap between the 18-yard box. So crossing out would have been the better option for Rashid Arajibade that was on-rushing to take a shot from inside the box. She should have been a better choice. But, I mean, Oshola motioned to her to cross it inside, and she decided to go with Oshola's. And unfortunately, Nigeria wouldn't get a goal from that. So, Ovie, that's the situation. It's very unfortunate. NFF will capitalize on it. They will come and assemble players, and will the NSC do something very significant about it? Would they say, no, that cannot work? And, it's just, I mean, who at the NSC was one time a member of the NFF, Shehu Diko. It's still the same I don't know if the word cartel will be right if I use the word the same cartel, because who handed over to Ibrahim Musa Gusso, Maju Pinnick. Amaju Pinnick was a member of Shewde, who was a member of the NFF under Amaju Pinnick. Now, Gusso was also a part of. So I don't know if anybody wants to have a voice unless Shewde decides to act differently. So that's the situation. So even if they do say, okay, let's boycott matches and all, it might end up being fruitless. Without anything to show for, without any significant result. It's just quite unfortunate that this is a systemic problem, and until the system is properly dealt with, we might still continue like this. Somebody has to talk. Somebody must be punished. For instance, let's say the president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, comes up and say, why are they crying about why was it not paid? Was the money not released? Somebody makes investigation and some revelations are made, and some revelations are made, and somebody gets punished. Next time, we will not see these things happen. But the president could just come out and say, oh, if this thing gets to the ears of the president, you go, okay, how much is the money? Release money from anywhere, they go and pay. Nobody cares to know why was the money not paid? Why was it delayed? Was it released? Was it not released? So it's a broader systemic problem that boycotting matches might not even head anywhere. It's quite unfortunate.
All right, 23 minutes on the clock right there. Nigeria still leading Tunisia 1-0. Before the match did kick off, while they were still lining up, there was a minute of silence as we continue to pay respect to Peter Rufai, also known as Dudu Mayana. He was the first Nigerian goalkeeper to play for the senior team at the FIFA World Cup, helping the golden generation to reach the second round of the 1994 World Cup. Rufai was also in goal for the Super Eagles at the France 1998 World Cup, where the then two-time African champions were knocked out by Denmark in the round of 16. He was also part of the Super Eagles squad that won the African Cup of Nations in 1994, and at the club level, Rufai started his career with the defunct stationery stores, but before moving to Europe to play for both Lokeren, Beveren, Go Ahead Eagles, Foreigners, Deportivo La Coruna, and Gil Vicente Bo. The question is, where would you put Peter Rufai on the rankings when it comes to goalkeeper? We have Vincent Nyema there, Anthony Best, Ogedegbe, Emmanuel Okala, Peter Fregene, Sam Ibiam, Inoam, we have Ike Shoromu, Aloysius Agu, and Wilfred Agbonavabere. Reliance, if it was you.
Ask me how many people inside that
How
time?
how many of them you know?
Yeah, I think I watched Ike Shirumu growing up as a kid. I watched a bit of Ike Shirumu, and I'm missing the man.
Okay, let's just put it between Vincent and Peter Rufai, because I think both of them are AFCON winners.
Yeah,
and they've both gone abroad, done well for their clubs and Obo. Who would you put it as the best goalkeeper we've had between Rufai and Vincent Nyema?
Unfortunately, I'm still going to be a little bit in the dark regarding a lot about Peter Rufai, even though in the early 90s, I think he was part of the 1994 set that won the AFCON. Yeah, so 1994, I mean, I was those early mid-90s that was a bit active. Honestly, I can't really place so much memory, especially in club football, of Peter Rufai. It's just what it is. I can't really place so much memory. But I know he was a great goalkeeper, right? Especially that 94 set. And not so much I can make reference to when it comes to his club football. So I might not even be the best person to rank these guys. Because honestly, yes, I watched a bit of Ike Shirumu, you know. Honestly, waiting for my head now, Vincent Nyema, I no go lie you. National team days at Enyimba 2-2-2-3, 2-2-2-3-2-4 at Enyimba. See they move abroad. Got invitation to the national team directly from Enyimba. Then was a court hero at not Apoel Tel Aviv. Before he went to Apoel Tel Aviv, there's this club he played for in France. That's Vincent Nyema. Is this club he played for? I can't remember. Is it Leo? I think it's Leo.
He played for Leo.
Yeah. So it was more or less like a cult hero in Leo. And then had a deal that took him to Apoel Tel Aviv and in Israel and a lot about waiting for my head like this. And till today we never see if he replacing Nyema. I don't go lie, he will never be replaced him. So it's just what it is. Probably people who are listening right now and see people who are tossing Nigeria are not supposed to pipe like 4 goals. See what they are doing. Did you see that attempt at the shot?
I did not say anything.
They're supposed to calm down, beat Tunisia where? Just unfortunate that Prompter did not make that cross outside. That should have been the second goal. Because that was about another clearest chance that Nigeria has had so far this match. They're supposed to calm down, beat Tunisia well. 3 shots for Nigeria, 1 for Tunisia. See what they are doing. They came here to defend, and that's just it. So Nanyema for my head. Maybe those who are listening to us right now. Nice one. Can call in. Who is there? And let us know who they will pick. Those who have watched a lot of from there. Oops. Those who have watched a lot of Peter Rufai, because I know there are so many listeners who are listening right now and have watched a lot of Peter Rufai, at least late 90s, late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s. Before I think it was Ike Shiromu that replaced him. There was a certain Jonathan Akpobore, but I can't really recall his stint with the Super Eagles. But I think he had a short stint with the Super Eagles. There was a certain Jonathan Akpobore, and then Peter Rufai, Vincent Nyema. There's a player whose name I'm trying to recall. The assistant goalkeeper whose name I'm trying to recall, but I can't place his name at the moment. I don't know whether it's Jonathan Akpobore that I just mentioned. So maybe those who are listening right now and they can call in and help us and rate them, because I feel my head. I also learned Emmanuel Kala was good. I have to go back to I think in the 80s. I also learned about Peter Fregene. Aloysius Agu was a one-time goalkeeper trainer.
Before the show started, I was listening to one of Peter Rufai's interviews. So he was talking about how he learned from Fregene and Okala. He was talking about how he actually got the name. Say when he went to the camp, when Fregene and the rest come out of their room, who wait in the front of the door, get their boots, get Okala's boots, go to the get Anthony's boots, go to the bus, wait for them when they come out, and give them the boots. So it was. I was looking at the respect that he had then, and I was looking at how he got the name, learning from them. Said Fregene used to call him Dudu. Then, and the Mayana, he said where it was there in Portuguese, say Mayana is tomorrow. So he said he was keeping and just during the training, and said the fans liked the way they saw him play and how he moved and everything. So the crowds were shouting, and he turned, he looked at the crowd. The Fregene told him to look at the crowd, and they were angry that he stopped. So he now told them, tomorrow. They were like, Mayana? Mayana messed with me. And I said, yes. Dodo, Mayana, Dodo. I was just like, it was nice. It was nice then. But I think we'll leave it for the callers to judge.
I forgot to mention Ikechi Gwezenwa. It was like, although Ikechi Gwezenwa will not have a place in legendary, so unfortunate due to the injury he had. That I think he had leukemia. So due to that reason, he's not going to have a place in legendary, because he can't really place a lot about Ikechi Gwezenwa. He was like Vincent Nyema's replacement, So, let's just let the callers call in and then let us know what it. At least those who have watched these guys the more, because I can't really recall watching a lot of these guys. Ikechi Romo played, I think, early 2000 there, but that was why I was able to watch a bit of him, and all those other guys.
All right, the phone lines are open 0810-9510-951 for the SMS, and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. Peter Rufai, Dodo Mayana, where do you place him when it comes to ranking goalkeepers in Nigeria? Vincent Eima, Anthony Best, Emmanuel Okala, Peter Fregene, Sam Inua, Ikeshirumu, Aloysius, and Wilfred. Also, the ones that you did watch, where would you place Peter Rufai, judging them? I think the only person I watched was Vincent Eima when it actually comes to this list. So I can't say I'm a real judge about that. Reliance said maybe 3 or 4 he has seen from.
But for me, a bit of Peter Rufai, but not so much of him in the mid 90s. Then Ike Shirumo, early 2000s. The rest, I have to go back to 80s. So the rest now 80s goalkeepers. Forget it, say like 60s, 70s.
Yeah. So if you did watch them, where would you put Peter Rufai in the rankings when it comes to Nigerian goalkeepers? Also, the WAFCON, Nigeria currently leading Tunisia 1 goal to nothing, 31 minutes on the clock. Are you expecting a victory from the girls, and what are you expecting the turnout for the scorelines to be at the end of the match? 0810 9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701-933-996 to call in. Let's get your thoughts and views on Peter Rufai. We're still giving respect, we're still paying respect to the man. And where would you place him when it comes to best goalkeepers we have from Nigeria? And the WAFCON, 1 goal to nothing. How are you seeing it? Hello, caller. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, this is.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Okay.
Who is this? Chineye calling from?
From Ebweru.
All right, give us your thoughts.
About Peter Rufai now.
Yes, Peter Rufai or the WAFCON.
Goalkeeper. Now USA 94 now.
Yes.
USA 94 and France 98.
Hello?
Our former goalkeeper now.
Yes, Peter Rufai.
Peter Rufai now USA 94.
1980.
No, now USA 94 now. Goalkeeper now.
Our USA 94.
And the France 98.
Are you asking if he played those? Yes, he played in the France 1998. Yes. Yeah, he played in France 1998. Yeah. Huh? Hello? It's hard to hear you. Yes, that's better. You watch the man play. Okay, I can't hear you. Okay, I can't hear you. Please do call back 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp to 0701-933-9960. You know how Nigeria is. The weather, small rain, network, don't feel. Small rain, light, don't feel. So, to try to call in 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp to 0701-933-996 to the WAFCON. Peter Rufai, what's your thoughts? Hello, caller, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this is.
Yeah, I greet you.
All right, we greet you too. Who is this?
Kabolobari, calling from Rumukushi.
All right, give us your thoughts.
I greet you for the evening.
Welcome. Good evening.
For the Nigeria match. I know say Nigeria go match, but make Peter Rufai, I be my name be that, make him so rest in peace, because me, I no watch him. So I don't know how good he was. The only person I can say that I watch and I can talk about is Seneyama and the other, our local goalkeeper. So that is the people that I know. But I know that today match, by the grace of God, Nigeria will win.
All right, thank you. All right, 070. Sorry, I made a mistake. 0810-951-0951. That is the phone line for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. If you're trying to reach us through the SMS and WhatsApp, is 0701-933-996. So let's read your messages, your text messages, and your SMS, your WhatsApp messages. For the phone lines is 0810-951-0951. Who actually watched Peter Rufai play? How good was the man? I saw some rankings and they put him second, just below Vincent Eima. I mean that this man is top 2 all time when it comes to keeping, or when it comes to goalkeeping Nigeria, only rivaled by the man Vincent Eima that we actually saw during our generation. But Peter Rufai, a legend in this game, we continue to pay respect to the man. where would you rate him when it comes to Nigeria goalkeepers? 0810-9510-951. Colin, let me get your thoughts. And the match between Nigeria and Tunisia are currently going on. 35 minutes on the clock. 1-0 courtesy of a goal from Oshoala, assisted by Babajide from a free kick. How do you see the match ending? Nigeria, are they going to pipe them, as Reliance has said? They need piping, maybe 4-5. Senegal has already done the same to DR Congo. Morocco 2-2. We saw a 4-goal thriller there. So I'm expecting lots and lots of goals when Nigeria taking on Tunisia.
That was unnecessary. Rashida Ajibade taking shot from about 22 yards out when you do not have the prowess to take that kind of shot. Now here's a chance at the close inside the box. What can you do with Ajibade? This should be your goal. That was a poor finish.
Why did Ajibade
First
do
off,
that?
she delayed, counting legs, and then took a shot from the left. The weakest. Okay, that was not Ajibade. That was Deborah Abiodun. No wonder she delayed a little bit, but that was her weaker foot, the left foot, before she took that shot, and then the goalkeeper saved it. And she had lost balance before even taking a shot. So that wouldn't trouble the goalkeeper. Abiodun, that should have been a goal. That's goal number 3 that Nigeria just missed. That should have been goal number 3. They are playing better. The Tunisians are not playing football here. They just came here to defend, and Nigeria is picking all loose balls. Or they're winning off all tackles, interceptions, and then all challenges. Nigeria getting it, but finishing up front at the moment, and a little bit of, I don't know. I need to really understand, and let me watch closely before I can talk about their chemistry up front. So you have Ajibade, you have Tony Payne, you have Babajide, and Oshoala. Oshoala has been quite busy. Dropping down, playing alongside the team. So I want to watch a little bit because there was an instance that I saw Ajibade driving out wide. Man, you see that's why we need Ashley Prompter. That was a nice killer through ball on air. But the height of Prompter counted, and she was able to head that one out. If that had gone through, it would have put the centre forward of Tunisia one-on-one with Chamaka Nadozie, who should have been very dangerous and probably a chance for an equalizer. So I saw an instance where Ajibade drove wide and crossed in, but Oshoala was not there because Oshoala had dropped. So it had only Babajide and Abiodun that does not have the aerial advantage in terms of our height, and nothing happened. So I really want to let me watch a little bit closer before I can talk about their chemistry. Talking about these 4, who's behind them? Ajibade, who's on the left hand side, Babajide, centre forward, Oshoala, and then Tony Payne from the right hand side.
All right, so currently 1-0. Biodun should have put that one at the back of the net. And what do you guys feel? 1-0. We'll soon be entering into halftime, and then when the second half does begin, or we might not be here, but we're still giving you guys live updates as it does come. 0810-9510-951. Those are that is the phone line. How do you guys expect the match between Nigeria, the Super Falcons of Nigeria, and the Eagles of Carthage of Tunisia to end? 1-0 currently stands, but could more goals be added? But from which side will it be added from? We do not know. What do you guys feel the match will end? 0810-951-0951 for the Peter Rufai's ranking. I did not watch Peter Rufai. I did watch a visit to Yema, so I can say for me, he's the greatest keeper we've had in Nigeria. But Vincent Eyema, where do you rank him when it comes to other goalkeepers in Nigeria? So as I said, I saw a ranking just putting him below Vincent Eyema, but said it can be close. Vincent Eyema is the only person that can rival the great man. 0810-9510-951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp. Port is 0701-933-9962. Yes, the phone lines are still open. 0810-951-0951 and the phone lines and the SMS and WhatsApp put 0701-933-9962. And now we get to switch to talk about maybe Ahmed Musa. Yes, you see the Kano State Governor Alhaji Abakabi Yusuf has appointed this former Super Eagles forward. Should I call him former or is he Super Eagles forward? Yeah, because I know he's still. Yeah, he hasn't retired from Super Eagles.
He had a call up to play this friendly matches. Yeah, so still a Super Eagles forward.
If not for his marriage and all, but still a Super Eagles forward. Yeah, and he has been appointed general manager of Kano Pillars, and it's in a bid to refurbish the whole Kano Pillars board. Their performance, they finished ninth last season on the MPFL table. But first, going to the issue of why he's still a player and a general manager, because I don't understand how he's going to. Because very nice. How are you going to do it?
I don't really think there's anything wrong with that. It's just like having a player coach.
Okay, so they'll call let's say they carry me as a coach. Let's say I'm a coach. I'm coaching Enyiba or Rivers United. You now call me Alpha Ovie call. We get you.
You can't do your show now.
Call Uncle show.
You go anchor your show now.
You go supposed to leave one. You're supposed to leave one.
I think it's even better off than it's even less tasky than being a player manager. Imagine I was a player, still a player of Kano Pillars and still the manager of the club. It's a bit less tasky and less sentimental, because as a player and a manager, you are going to be biased with a lot of sentiment because you are part of the team. So you'll be tempted to take audacious decisions, unchallenged ones, even inside the pitch. I go lie for you. For this MPFL, general manager of a club, don't come out from stand, go tell coach, you can go come out, you can go put. Live match. Chairman of a club, don't do them. Not one club, not two club. In fact, I go to the sports commissioner of that state. Sports commissioner of that state don't come down from in VIP stand. Go chance coach. After I don't send several agents in boys, made them go tell coach, say, come out to player, no style to player. The coach no listen, because that's not your job. It's the job of the coach. Oga go himself. Sports commissioner. Go chance them. Why and so coach just did the look up. You just not finish come out. To save your job now should be good. Because if he sack you because of that, not because his plan or what you do was not going to work, or his plan is perfect 100% to work, but just because you disobeyed him. But is that your duty? What thing concern you and tactics and technicals when it comes to coaching? So that's what I'm saying. It's even better off not being a player manager, because if he stand there and say, Oga, coach, come on, this guy. If they don't go see your salary, you don't go see your salary this month. I tell you, come out or you come out me. Oh God, you come out me, Abby. Don't worry. Chance I don't get to for score good. Go come out me. No worry. We are for meeting.
All right. We've seen his peers or other ex-players or ex-players. Yes. Kano Wako, GM of Enyiba United. We didn't see anything notable from him. Amokachi, Lobby Stars, before he left or after he left, and now they are relegated. But big roles, you see, and enough power, enough decision in their hand, but they've still failed to be able to produce something. And now, another player, this one is even active. And now he's been given a big role as big as the general manager. He's going to be making decisions for Kano Pillars. Does he escape the narrative that his peers have faced when it comes to not be able to handle, not be able to execute well when given those big general manager, those technical director roles?
Look, for football in Nigeria, the politics is too much that sometimes these guys might struggle. Here's another chance for Shola.
What's happening?
That was blocked. She beat her marker very well, had a chance for a corner into the back of the net, but the defender was just right on time to block that corner. A through ball coming to Oshola, nice control, beat her marker. All she needed to do was slot it in, but I think she misjudged her shot, or the ball was cleared. Looked like she misjudged her shot, so it's not going to be a corner kick. Is it going to be a corner?
It doesn't look like
it's going to be a corner. So she misjudged her shot. That would have been that should have been Nigeria's goal number 4. And these are the issues, missing chances and all. But yeah, so Nigerian football, the politics plenty, that sometimes it might not be a bit ideal for these guys to come in and function the way you expect them to function. So these guys will be coming in with clear head. Let's play football the way football is played, right? The way they've seen in other senior climbs, other professional leagues. but for Nigeria, it's a little bit peculiar. So they might have difficulties adapting or playing the politics just as much as it is played in the country. That those administrators who are seasoned and have been Babajide and are here have experienced over time, they will be better off in playing these policies than these guys. Maybe it will take them 2, 3, 4 seasons to really acclimatize, and then they are able to play the politics the way it should be played.
Nigeria has done it. 2 goals up. Reliance run on straight.
She ought to be awarded. I think that was a side netting. It looks like it was a side netting.
Was that a side net?
That's a goal.
It's a goal.
That's a goal.
That's a goal. Babajide.
She can't be playing so beautiful in this match without scoring. This girl is a revelation. The composure she has when she has the ball on her feet, her footwork, the dribbles, the understanding, looking for those spaces to exploit. I mean, look at and she has been combining well with Ashley Plumter. Combining so well with Plumter. She was able to beat Amaka and turn quite fastly, and despite an attempt to shuffle her down, she was able to hold on to her stamina. With her left foot, she let off one ball, and that was it at the back of the day. Nigeria 2 goals to nothing up against Tunisia. Oh, she's playing PS. is that what kind of celebration is that one?
She's in control of the game.
Oh, that's what it means, right? So Nigeria 2 goals up against Tunisia. It should have been 4 by now, but yeah, 5 minutes of added time after 45 minutes completed. Babajide has been beautiful. I think so far she has been the woman of the match for me. She has been beautiful. And Plumter has come in so handy, you know. I mean, Plumter does just the basics of football. I'm a defender. My job is to intercept, clear, pass, be quick. As a fullback, be quick. And then add a little bit of individual brilliance. Hope they are not checking anything. This one we're having the camera on the center referee. Well, the girls are waiting to pass the ball, and center referee will have to go to the video assistant referee's monitor to see if there was an infringement, if there was anything committed, if there was an offside. Well, so let's see. A foul.
Maybe the looking at Oshola, yeah.
Yeah, Oshola, but the girl wouldn't have intercepted
she
that ball. She wouldn't have
play.
intercepted the ball even if there's a foul. And it doesn't look like even there's a foul. You need a closer. I mean, what it concern Oshola and this game waiting they happen with the other side. This is a different angle, even though look like there's a shoving by Oshola that made her to fall. But even the direction of the ball,
she wouldn't have made it.
She wouldn't have made it, or she lost balance because Oshola had more stamina. I don't expect this goal to be cancelled, honestly. Looks like a little bit of a shoving by Oshola, but at the same time, she wouldn't have made it to the ball with the direction that the ball went. So let's see closely again from this angle. Oshola's hand are out. There's a little bit of shoving, obviously, by Oshola's left hand. Man, it's going to be so painful if this Babajide's goal is cancelled. But it looks like a little bit of a shoving by Oshola. But you're going to be asking yourself.
And the ref has walked away from the VR, and we'll get the final verdict in a few seconds. And the goal stands. 2 goals up. Nigeria currently leading. Babajide goal stands. She has been fantastic all through the match. The first half of the match, we expect to see more from her come the second half. But 2 goals up. Nigeria currently leading at the Labi Zauli Stadium right there in Morocco. And fantastic. The pipe that they say want to pipe them, they pipe them, they pipe.
Made them pipe when they go. It should be more, honestly speaking. They are not playing football. They are not coordinated. Because they're having wrong passes.
I saw, look at the first slip up that Plumtree took, and then you look at the second one to this goal, and I'm like, their defense is non-existent.
Obviously, non-existent. So you should take advantage of it. And when you look at, I mean, how can that kind of ball go through? You see what I'm talking about? How can that kind of ball go through? But it went through. And it's another chance for Nigeria to make it 3. The danger is not averted yet. This is Tony Payne finds this person on the right hand side, attempted a 1-2 between Payne and Ajibade, but that couldn't hold. Oshola with the ball inside the box. He's Ajibade trying to battle her way to find a chance to take a shot, and here's Oshola with a shot. That's going to be a corner kick. they dance inside the box of Oshoala and Ajibade. Ajibade should stop counting legs, please. She danced and had to let the ball go off to Oshoala. Oshoala looked for a chance to take a shot. Eventually took the shot that was blocked, and it's going to be a corner kick just at the edge or at the mouth of the 18-yard line, the 18-yard box line, and it's going to be a corner kick. Although that still threatened. Was that not even a jib? It didn't look like it wasn't a Shola. Maybe it was a Inde that took that shot. So the defense is not existing for Tunisia, and they're not playing football. They're not having. I can count how many passes they've had correctly. I can count how many build-ups they've had successfully.
Yeah.
So they should be properly beaten. I mean, now what? In that group, I've said it before. In that group, Nigeria should have 9 points. Nigeria should have 9 points, and I mean, the beauty of watching Babajide is just so incredible in what she's doing.
All right, 08109510951. That is the phone line for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's 0701-933-9962. Call in and share your thoughts and views. The man.
That is a goal.
3. Okay, I look at the phone and I look up and.
Goal number 3 from the corner kick.
What is with all this? What is with all these reviews?
Let's see what happens from a corner kick. The corner was so close to getting inside. So here is the corner kick taken by Babajide, and Plumter challenged the goalkeeper and is into the back of the net. She had her head on the ball. No, that cannot be a foul.
That can't be a foul.
That can't be a foul. She had her head on the ball. The goalkeeper once again misjudged her hands forward to clear the ball, so that can't be a foul. Center referee, please go to the pitch side monitor. Babajide, Oshoala, Ajibade has said. I don't know why I keep mixing up Ajibade and Babajide. Ajibade has said, go to the pitch side monitor. Please, you have to go, because that can't be a foul. She went for the ball. That's Ashley Plumter. What has been decided? The goal has been cancelled.
The goal has been ruled out. So 2-0. And
is that a
Plumtree
foul?
got to the ball, and the keeper just mistimed it, as she has been doing.
As she has been doing, obviously, she mistimed her hands, her attempt to punch the ball away. She misjudged, she miscalculated, and Plumter went for the ball, obviously, and she had her head on it.
All right, let's head to the phone lines. 08109510951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, port 0701-933-9962. The WAFCON, 2 goals up. We're heading into the break time, the halftime, and by the time the second half does start, to still be 2 goals up. But what are you guys expecting the score lines to end by the time the full time whistle is blown? 2 goals up, currently Oshoala and Babajide getting on the score sheet. Babajide also having an assisting Oshoala's first goal. But what do we have currently? Also, Peter Rufai, a legend in the game. But where would you rank the man when it comes to best goalkeepers in Nigeria? And we also have currently playing, still active player, Ahmed Musa, currently the general manager of Kano Pillars. What are you expecting from the man? Do you see him following in the footsteps of the likes of Kano Wako and Amokachi, who have, you would say, done well in their roles, or the roles they've been given as both the general manager of Eniba and the former technical director of Lobby Stars, respectively? 0810-9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp, port to 0701-933-9962. Yes, before we run out of the studio, some transfers for some Nigeria players. As right now, former English Premier League giants Manchester United have been heavily linked with Super Eagles midfielder Wilfred Ndidi this summer, as reported by SoccerNet. And aside from Manchester United, Ndidi is attracting interest from other European clubs like Everton and Juventus. Even Saudi Arabian clubs Al Ahly are monitoring the situation. Following Leicester City's relegation, reports emerged that the Super Eagles star has a clause in his contract that will see his release clause drop to 9 million euros if they drop to the English Championship. In the meantime, none of the clubs interested in Ndidi has tabled an offer yet, but he should pick up some steam in the coming days. And in a related development, part team talk, Manchester United are set to make a move they are going to offer Leicester 5 million euros for the Nigerian midfielder. But it's possible that Leicester might reject the 5 million as there are other suitors. But a reliance indeed to Manchester United. Some are saying maybe Manchester United are going for players that they can't afford right now, as they don't have Champions League football, nothing. They can't appeal to that player, so they are going for less or players with less ability, as you say. But
not less ability. Maybe not less ability, but players where their circumstances will make them to grab with open arms an opportunity to play for Manchester United at the moment. And if you're looking at circumstances, right, Wilfred Ndidi will happily go to Manchester United because Leicester City relegated. You need to play in top flight football again, right? Manchester United still has a chance. They can win the FA Cup, they can win the League Cup. And if you talk about less ability, who in that midfield, in that defensive midfield, can beat Wilfred Ndidi? Maybe outside Casemiro, who's been quite experienced and has more or less won football in all categories in 2 different leagues. Okay, maybe not in the Premier League because he's not done anything. He's not won anything too significant in the Premier League. But if you're looking at when he was in Real Madrid, he conquered football, won everything there is to win. So who else? Kobe Mino is a lad that's just, coming up. Yes, has shown promises. So who in that midfield do you say can bring that defensive shield to the level and the ability of Wilfred Ndidi? So that's why I disagree when it comes to the adjective less ability or something. I think it's more or less a case where players who their circumstances will make them want to run at Manchester United, and Wilfred Ndidi is one of them. Wilfred Ndidi will happily play in top flight league with Manchester United, and it's more or less guaranteed the chance of winning maybe the FA Cup or the League Cup, going by antecedents of Manchester United winning, at least one of those in the past 2 seasons or 3 seasons with Ten Hag, and I think this person also came in and won one. So that's it. He's going to happily accept it, and I think it's a decent signing for me with what I think United should be doing going forward before they come back to being one of those powerhouses again.
Yeah.
If Ndidi decides, agrees, which I think he should, and United are going all in, get Wilfred Ndidi, decent signing. It's a good startup point for United.
All right, and with that, we come to the end of the show. It was today's Sports Live, the marathon edition. We return tomorrow, 6:30 for Sports Attack, and then we do the 1 hour show, 3 to 4. Today's Sports Live will return. But till then, I am Movie Wallace, you can call me the sports chef, and I did a show with Reliable Reliance, the classical gentleman, or you call the one we sabi one in the world of sports. And not to forget, you, our lovely listener out there. So till then, enjoy the rest of the program in the news by 6 with Queen Chima, the beautiful Queen Chima, coming up next. Then enjoy the rest of the programming. Bye bye.